I told Stuart, I said, I don't think I can get wired up today. And I said, and I'm exhausted. I need to sleep in a little bit. Do you really need me in the barn? Because you had 2 other people helping. He goes, no, why don't you just come when you want? And I said, well, when I
I'd like to welcome you here to the 2016 World Lowline Angus Open Show here at the North American. This morning we're going to start off showing our moderator females, followed by the purebred females and then full-blood females.
I only had to show 1 female. But
Our first class of moderator females,
it was hard because we had a heifer in the
class 1 is
April class. We had 2 heifers in the April class. So
heifer born on May 8th of 2016. So if we're ready, we can bring her into the ring.
grabs one, I grab one, they go into the ring. Well, then we had a yearling heifer, and so then when the female was show over, we come in to do the bowls. Well, we had a bowl in the May class. Or no, we had a bowl in the April class. We had a bowl in the March class. We had a bowl in the February class. So it was like ring around the rosy. We had our 2 helpers, and we had someone meeting at the end of the ring when we come out, and the one holding the bowl in the other class and changing numbers.
Our judge this morning is Mr. Chad Wilson from Cloverdale, Indiana. This is our first class of females. It's a May 8th of 2016 moderator heifer.
We're just right here. This should be good.
Really nice heifer to start the low line. Moderator show off with. The heifer's got a tremendous amount of balance and look and symmetry in terms of her lines. When you get behind her, she's definitely square out in terms of her hip. She's got a lot of lower stifle. She carries that width and dimension down through her chest floor. She's a heifer five's going to change. She gets maybe just a thick clubby for me. I'd like to lengthen her out just a notch in terms of her hip, but an extremely nice, attractive made female to start to show off with.
That class winner is entry number 1, SRF Sunshine D11, shown by Shady Rest Farm of Petersburg, Illinois. Class 2, heifer born March 23rd of 2016.
Judge. These are just announcements about Queen of they're having a junior meeting after the show. And this is something we're doing between the heifer and the show.
Okay.
Information.
All right.
No, I don't need to.
No, they're just extras. They're just...
Another really nice single entry here. Could stand a lot of competition. Heifer, I really appreciate her length of spine. She's extremely level in terms of her lines. When we set her in motion, if I was going to change her, she maybe gets a little bit erect off them front forelimbs. I'd like to see her travel out just a little more athletically. But she is a female. It's got a tremendous amount of length and carries it well down in terms of her muscle shape and width and dimension all the way through.
That heifer is HYB Jolene Soul D413, shown by Canterbury Hybrid Genetics, Petersburg, Illinois. Let's bring those 2 heifers back for your Spring Heifer Calf Championship.
Good morning on the red pole side. We're getting ready to get started over here with Class 1. Our red pole judge is Brandon Callis of Minco, Oklahoma. He's a 2005 grad of Texas A&M. Has a master's degree in animal breeding and genetics from Kansas State. Currently the livestock judging coach and instructor at Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. His wife Kelly and him run a small diversified livestock operation.
I think a nice way to start our red pole show off. A real promising heifer calf here. I love the length and extension. This one's definitely got some growing performance to her there as well. Moves really good off of her rear skeleton. Again, level and correct out of her hip. She may be just a touch more upright and maybe a little straighter in her shoulder and her knee, but she still handles it good enough and gives you an awfully good look. Young man does a nice job showing her. So again, nice way to start our red pole show off.
Thank you.
Over here on the Lowline side, two really nice heifers back out here for your division, both single entries. I think both heifers have a lot of good qualities to attribute to their breeding programs. The heifer out of the first class, a heifer that you really got to appreciate for her balance and look. She's a female that's extremely square out in terms of her hip. She's a heifer that's really level in terms of her pin set. She too, as a female, has some spring and curvature to that rib cage. She's got some depth of rib. She stands out in some substance of bone. Like I said, she maybe gets just a little clubbier in terms of her kind for me, which I mean by that, she gets a little shorter in terms of that side view. I'd like to see just a little more length of spine maybe out of her. And if you ever watch her just ever so slightly, she wants to toe out on them front forelimbs when we set her in motion. But she is extremely attractive heifer with loads of hip and top to her. Going to make this young man a very good cow later on. Black heifer out of the second class, a heifer I really appreciate her extra length of body and growth. She's got a little more length to that cannon. She too is a female that's got some depth of rib. Too, I really like the way she's laid in through that shoulder. She's a really feminine mated female. If I was going to change her, she gets plenty straight off of both ends. I'd like to see her move out just a little more athletically, but I like that extra length that she possesses. Two very nice heifers. I'll show you which one I like the best. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
I don't get out of here.
No, I mean, oh, it doesn't count.
No, it just stays right here. You see Freedom Hall announcing goes to the
I didn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So how do the people in here know how to get in there?
They just better pay attention.
Really?
Yeah, because it's not getting out over there.
Has it at all week?
Junior weekend when we show in here, it does.
Okay.
But then when Freedom Hall opens up,
No.
we have to relay to the beef office, and then the beef office has to make announcements.
Okay.
All right, our first class winner,
There's just one.
is that Silver Thorn? Our first class winner in the red pole side was Silver Thorn Natalie, shown by Caden Parks from Wingate, Indiana.
In the Lowline show, your spring heifer calf champion is entry number 3. Entry 3 is HYB Jolene Sull, 413, shown by Canterbury Hybrid Genetics of Petersburg, Illinois. And your reserve spring heifer calf champion is entry number 1, SRF Sunshine, D11, shown by Shady Rest Farm of Petersburg, Illinois.
Another really good class here on the red pole side, and the female I like to start with. I think she combines the things I like about the next two. She's one of the stouter heifers in this class that still has some width and squareness out of her hip and pins. And then you get to the side of her, though, she's still one of the more skeletally extended females. It still offers some softness and depth to her body. I still like the way she gets out and travels there with some comfort and some flexibility. The other feminine, neat fronted one in here is one we'll leave here in second. Really long-sided, very long and level and comfortable in terms of her spine and the way she handles it. Still sets down pretty good on her feet and legs. She gets a little flatter in the rib cage. You want to open her up, maybe give her just a touch more width to the base of her chest floor there as well, but a nice look, a nice silhouette to that one. Young man does a nice job showing this one, a moderate frame one, and that doesn't bother me by any means. I love the width of this one. I like her foot and bone and the way she's built. If we could just make her a little better up front and a little longer and more extended there in terms of her front end, maybe we find a place or two higher for her, because I sure do love the body dimension and cow-like build that she possesses here. One we end up fourth in this class. She just became the green skinny one in this class. You love her look, you love her extension, just a little behind in terms of condition and body development at this point in the game. I think her better days are definitely ahead of her. But again, let's give them a nice round of applause. 4 nice heifers there in that class.
Over here on the low line side, 3 really nice heifers here in this class. Heifer I chose to start with, I think she combines the most positives. She's a female. When we set her in motion, that's where she separates herself from the other two. She holds her top line together quite nicely when she's in motion. She too tracks out with some width off of both ends. She's a female that I really appreciate her length of side view. She's exceptionally long in terms of her spine. She's long and extended out in terms of her neck. If I was going to change this one, I'd maybe like to make her just a little bolder through the center part of her rib cavity, and I maybe just like to power her up just a notch in terms of her bone, maybe square her up just a tick from hooks to pins. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2. I think a heifer I really like in terms of her width and dimension. She's a female that's really bold sprung in terms of her ribs, got a real nice cow look from the side. She's really level in terms of her lines. If I was going to change her, I'd like to knock her down just a notch in terms of her tail head set. She maybe gets just a little high there, maybe gets just a little straighter off that front shoulder, but a really nice female. Really like the heifer in 3 that on the stand. She's a female that's extremely level in terms of her line. She's ultra feminine in terms of her front. She too is a female that's got some width and dimension across that loin edge. When I get to analyzing this heifer on the move, though, she gets just a bit more erect off them front forelimbs. She tends to want to get hock in and just get a bit more narrow based when we get behind her, and that's where I'd like to change her.
Here are the placings in the class number 3 of your Lowline Moderator show. First place is entry number 5, CABBDD, shown by Cab Farms Limited of Lexington, Ohio. In second place is entry number 6, CABB Daisy, shown by Cab Farms. And in third place is entry number 4, CABB Dandelion, also shown by Cab Farms of Lexington, Ohio.
here in our selection for our first division here in our Red Pole Show. Again, I've had a nice set of females within this division. All 5 of them I've liked pretty well. To me, though, probably the pair of them out of the bigger class, a very competitive class, they're just a little sounder and a little better there up front, probably just a little further along in their body. So we're going to keep that pair together. They'll be your grand and reserve here in this division.
Really nice shorthorn cross heifer here. Could stand a lot of competition. A heifer I really appreciate the turn and shape to her loin edge. When you get behind her, she's definitely got a lot of lower stifle to her. She's extremely just wide all the way down in terms of through her chest floor and through her rear base. She too is a female that I like in terms of her levelness of lines. She's really attractive to look at from the side. She's a heifer. If I was going to change, I'd like to drop her down just a notch in terms of her flank, maybe square her up just a tick from her hooks to her pins, but extremely stout built individual.
The winner in the Lowline Moderator class number 4 is entry number 7, HYB Garnett D001, shown by Canterbury Hybrid Genetics of Petersburg, Illinois. Two really nice heifers here in this second division in this Moderator show. A lot of variance in type and kind. I wouldn't argue with anyone if they wanted to use either one of them. They both have a lot of good things to offer. Just a little different in types and kinds. It depends on the scenario that you set them in. The black heifer out of the first class heifer, just ultra feminine, just brings a real maternal look to the ring. She's really a level in terms of her balance of depth from flank to flank. She too is a female. It's got an exceptional amount of length of spine. The thing I like maybe a little bit better about the black heifer than the red heifer behind her is her length of pins. I think we get a little carried away in trying to get these cattle ultra square made sometimes, and we're giving up that length to do that, and that's very important, especially in terms of calving. I really like that look that she brings. I like her structural correctness. I would, if I was going to change her, I'd definitely like to power her up. That's where the red heifer excels. She's got a little more width and dimension all the way through, but a really nice black heifer, going to make an excellent cow, just really sound and functional. The red heifer out of the second class, like I said, she excels in terms of a muscle standpoint, a width standpoint. She's definitely the female that's got more width through that chest floor. She's got more width in terms of her rear base. She's a female, works a big old forearm. She's got a tremendous turning shape to that loin edge. She maybe gets a little coarser in terms of her shoulder, but anytime you're getting muscle in one, you're going to have a little more shoulder. What I'd like to change this one, so when we set her in motion, she wants to roll up in her pins just ever so slightly. And I definitely like to lengthen her out from her hooks back, maybe give her just a little notch more femininity look out through that front, but that's getting picky on a really nice one. Two excellent females here, a lot of give and take, depends on where you put your priorities. I'll show you which one I like the best. Let's give both these exhibitors a round of applause.
Here in our here in our February class here in our red pole side. I don't think it's easy. I think both these heifers definitely have their merits and their advantages within this class, but just chose one. I love the extra feminine look that we get with the heifer that wins. Much more angular and better in terms of her shoulder and the way it fits onto her body. You get behind her, I think her pin width and squareness is still adequate enough. Maybe she's just a touch frailer at the ground. Obviously not as wide and bold as the darker colored heifer we're going to have here in second, but one that just gives you a really neat look there from the outside. Heifer we have here in second, obviously a bolder rib, a stouter made one. It's got a little more muscle shape to her there as well. I still like the way she puts her foot to the ground in terms of function. I think she's still loose and comfortable there. Just gets a little coarser for me up front. Want to see her more refined, a little more feminine as you study her through her head, neck, and shoulder there. But a nice pair of heifers here in that class.
And the moderator side of the ring, the junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 5. Entry 5 is CABB shown by Cab Farms of Lexington, Ohio. And reserve champion in that division is entry number 6, CABB Daisy, also shown by Cab Farms of Lexington, Ohio.
Really a nice single entry January heifer that we have here in this class. She may be a little moderate for some in terms of her frame, but boy, I love the way she's built. Talk about one that puts together some actual skeletal width and some substance to the center part of her body. Maybe one of the better structured females we've seen so far as well in terms of the way her shoulder is applied to her skeleton, where she sits at her knee. Definitely one of the better footed females we've had here in the ring as well. And so I think once you can get past maybe her being a little more moderate, that's a very, very valuable one. It has a lot to offer. We'll see how she stacks up here in our division.
And our single entry on the red pole side. Number 10, please. Number 13, Anne Marie, Showman Family Farm, from Finchfield, Kentucky. On the red pole side, we're now showing the Division II Senior Calf Champion.
Two real nice heifers here, a lot of give and take. The black heifer, I think, where she excels, she's maybe just a little fresher in terms of her condition. And with that, when we set her in motion, that keeps her a little sounder on her feet and legs. She is a female. I really appreciate the circumference of foot that she stands out on. Really nice shape to that toe. She, too, is a female. It's got some added depth of body. She's got a nice cow look from the side. If I was going to change her, she gets just a little weak behind that chine bone. She maybe wants a toe out just ever so slightly on that front end. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her navel, but I like the condition that she comes in, and when we set her in motion, that's where she separates from the heifer in 2. The heifer in 2, I think if we take about 100 pounds off of her, she'd probably win the class. She's a female. It's a lot my kind and what I believe in terms of her body depth and dimension. She's extremely bold, sprung through her rib. She's extremely stout in terms of her hip. She's got with that kind of muscle, yet she's still kind of a feminine, cowy kind of a female, but as you can see, she gets a little straight off that hind leg, and with all that extra condition, it makes her want to roll up in that top when we set her in motion. You just definitely like to green her up and give her just a little more flexibility off that hind leg and maybe a little more circumference of foot.
In the moderator show, the Class 5 moderators are your senior heifer calf champions. That goes to entry number 8, TCS JH Classy, shown by Tummins Cattle Company of Gallatin, Missouri. And your reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry number 10, WDL Misha 513C, shown by Zoe Walker of Roswell, New Mexico.
Here in this next division here in our red pole show, again, 3 nice heifers within this division. A little more give and take, or at least a little more variation in types and kinds of what we're going to end up using here. Again, our first heifer, very elegant, very good to look at. Maybe gives up a little stoutness to the other two. Their single entry January heifer, obviously the one that maybe moderation in terms of frame size is not as big, but the best built, the best body, the best footed one that still gets out and goes. I'm going to use that single entry January to be our winner in this division. Use young lady out of this first class to be the reserve. But nice set of heifers.
Really nice single entry here on the moderator side. A female I really appreciate her length of body and length of hip. She's a female that's got a tremendous turn and shape to that loin edge. She's extremely wide in terms of her base. She is a female that gets a little more compact up in terms of her neck. She's a little shorter about that front. You'd like to change her there, but I think when she calves, a lot of times that melts away. If I was going to change this heifer, where I'd like to change her is when we set her in motion. I'd like to relax her in terms of her spine. She wants to roll up there in the center of her top, maybe get down on her loin just ever so slightly, but extremely nice heifer.
Your moderator Class 6A is won by entry number 13, WDL Holly TET 503C, shown by Zoe Walker of Roswell, New Mexico.
Really a nice pair of heifers here. Both these exhibitors do a very nice job as well in terms of the way they're handling these cattle. I'm big on volume, obviously, and that's where the young man's heifer gets to nod for me. Love just the overwhelming body shape that she has out here. Again, moderate in her kind, just good in terms of her broodiness, still one that's sound and flexible. When you get her to the side and he gets her head up and out of her, I think there's enough look to her as well. There's definitely more extension. There's definitely more length in the heifer we're going to have here in a second, but I like the extra body volume we found in our class winner. Love the hip and pin width of the second place heifer the young lady has. I like the length and extension of that one there as well. Just one for me. I will actually maybe tone down in size just a shade for my liking personally, and she gets just a little extra set there to her rear legs. But that's a nice pair of heifers here within this class.
Two really nice heifers here on the moderator side. Really like this blaze face heifer here that leads off with a female that's extremely feminine out in terms of her front. I like the way neck comes out of the point of her shoulder. She too is a female that's exceptionally deep in terms of her rib from flank to flank. She's extremely strong about that top line. When you analyze this heifer from the side, you just gotta love that overall maternal look that she has. Just a beautiful silhouette. If you're gonna change her, you might like to clean her up just a tick in terms of her chest, but in all reality, that doesn't bother me, especially in these kind of cattle, because that's where a lot of your feeding ability comes from, is that chest. Sometimes we get just a little too critical wanting them ultra clean there, but I really like the silhouette of this heifer. You might like to power her up just a notch in terms of the lower part of her hip, but an excellent cow prospect. Young lady's heifer in two, no question, a heavy muscle, more powerful built heifer. She's extremely long in terms of her spine. She's extremely wide in terms of that loin. She too is a female, stands out an extreme amount of bone. Really holds her top line together pretty nicely when we set her in motion. If you were going to change her though, she gets just a little square the way she's made through that shoulder. She maybe gets just a little tight the way she comes out of that hip. You'd like to relax her just a little bit the way she comes out that rear hock.
By Jacob, and second was entry number 16, J.F. Belton, Hillsborough, Green Forks, Indiana.
Here we've got a single entry here in this fall class, and again, a very, very long-sided, very, very pretty and up-headed one as you get to studying her. Pretty good out of her hip. I think she's got enough width and substance to her there as well. If you're going to be critical of her at all, maybe soften her in her body. She wants to tuck up in her flank ever so slightly, but again, nothing a good representative for this class.
And your moderator show in Class 6B. First place goes to entry number 16, TNT Glitters Shimmer, shown by TNT Cattle Company, Mansfield, Ohio. In second place, entry 14, HSR I'm a Hot Shot, shown by Rachel Duffy of Pontiac, Illinois.
Another really nice division here over on the moderator Lowline side. Two totally different heifers and types and kinds. I guess it would depend on what kind of scenario and where you put your priorities, how you would place these two females. I guess I look at this breed as kind of one of the breeds that it's mainly known for finishing out as grass beef deal. So I think that's something we need to take in consideration in terms of picking them, in terms of their size and their structural correctness. The young lady's blue roan heifer, no question. The long-bodied female, the female, it's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape. She's extremely wide about that loin. She's wide over that chine. She too is a female that stands out an extreme amount of bone. She's a female that's extremely explosive in terms of her lower stifle. A female that, if I was going to change, she maybe gets just a little bit more erect about them front forelimbs. She maybe gets just a tad twisted in that forearm when we set her in motion. I love her extra length that she has. I love that extra muscle. Maybe just a bit more terminal in terms of her look than the heifer behind her, but of an excellent female that you could do a lot of things with. The Baldy heifer out of the second class, a female that you got to love in terms of her side view silhouette. She's extremely balanced in terms of her depth from flank to flank. She's straight in terms of her lines. I really like the front end in this heifer. A lot of people would criticize her for that chest. To me, she just looks like a cow. She's got that extra depth and balance and structural correctness. Like I said in class, I definitely like to power her up in terms of her muscle shape. I think she could just be expanded just a little bit in terms of her width of skeleton, but an excellent female. Two outstanding females. Again, like I said, depends on what kind of scenario you put them in. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you which one I like the best.
Got a pair of June heifers here we like pretty well. Heifer I lead off with, again, I love the volume of this one, and I think where she really, for me, gets to nod in this pair is just structurally. I think she's better in the angle of her shoulder. I think she's better and more laid back in her knee, and when she gets out on the go, to me, she has more reach up front. From there back, though, she's the bolder-bodied one that's just got more stoutness and more width. Definitely the more extended, maybe the prettier fronted one that comes here in second. I love her length. She's got enough squareness to her from behind. Center part of her body I like in terms of boldness. I want to change that one in her shoulder angle, maybe open her up in the shape of her forerib there as well. But again, a good pair of females.
On your moderator show, your intermediate yearling champion heifer goes to entry number 16, TNT Glitters Shimmer, shown by TNT Cattle Company, Mansfield, Ohio. Reserve champion is entry number 13, WDL Holly ET 503C, shown by Zoe Walker, Roswell, New Mexico. We're now going to be showing for the grand champion moderator female.
Extremely good show here on the Lowline side in their Moderator, kind of a percentage program here. I think we got 4 excellent individuals, and there's a lot of good individuals that aren't back out here in this championship. Let's give all these breeders a round of applause. Like I said, there's a lot of variance in type and kind in the cattle. We sort it through. Depends on what kind of scenario you're doing. Like I come in this ring as coming in as practical-minded cattle that's going to go work out in the real world. I know this breed's kind of noted for being like the grass-fed deal, and I think all 4 of these females back out here are the kind that can fit that mold. The heifer out of the first class, she's a heifer I really like in terms of her width and dimension through her skeleton. She's extremely square about her pin set. She's extremely wide in terms of her chest floor. She too is a female and has some balance, and look when we analyze her from the side, when she balances herself out and just relaxes, she's just a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of look out through that front. She's extremely level in terms of her pins. She's a heifer maybe gets just a bit more erect in terms of her structure, but I like her growth curve, I like her width and dimension, and her femininity that she possesses. Young man's heifer out of class 2, a heifer from the side, you gotta like her in terms of her strength of lines. She's ultra feminine about her front. She's really refined in terms of her joints. She's a female, when I get to analyze into the other females out here, gets quite a bit more base narrow. I'd like to expand her in terms of that center part of her rib cavity, but I like her added length and femininity that she possesses. The heifer out of the 3rd division, a heifer I love in terms of her circumference of foot. This heifer stands out in a big old foot, goes up into some substance of bone. She too is a female. When you set her in motion, she's definitely agile. She can get out and flex and go. She's got some added length of body. If I was going to change her, like I said, like clean her up just a notch in terms of her navel. Maybe like to strengthen her just ever so slightly in terms of her loin when we set her in motion. She wants to get just a bit weak there, but extremely functional kind of female and a very nice rig in terms of her condition. The heifer out of the last class, a heifer she's got to love in terms of her overall depth and feeding ability. You can see she's the kind you can turn out and just forget about. She's a female that's got just a real maternal look from the side. She's really neat and clean through them joints. She too is a female that's got enough width. Like I said, I'd like to power her up just a tick, maybe freshen her up just a notch in terms of that condition. But when you analyze these females from the side, just brings a real cow look to the ring. All 4 really nice individuals. I'll go out and select your champion. Let's give them all a round of applause one more time.
Here in our summer-fall division here in the red pole side, really competitive as you get to looking at these. Our heifer out of our first class, again, love the body shape and just the broodiness of her. One of the truly good footed females out here that sets down with some cushion and comfort to her lower joints. She's a little plainer up front maybe than some we have out here, but I think from her shoulder back, she is one of the better ones in terms of just function and productive look. Heifer that was a single entry out of the next class. Again, a lot of length, a lot of femininity to her. I think you really like that about her. Pretty smooth the way she goes from her shoulder back into her forerib. Maybe gives up a little more volume to heifers on either side of her. Like to soften her up just a bit. Heifer that came out of the other class, again, a decent pair of heifers within that class. I just love the extra body shape again. She's a cow first, and I appreciate that about her. I like the width, the substance that she has. Again, one of the truly good footed ones out here that still gets around and goes well. She puts a good combination of things together. We're going to use her to be our champion here in this division.
Yes, sir. Spring her out.
We pull the second place in that class in line, and again, I think it comes down between her and the heifer out of the first class, and just depends where you want to be on frame size, where you want to be on structure on these two. This heifer obviously has more extension, more look, and more femininity. You just want to refine that shoulder and make it a little different into her. That heifer there obviously has the advantage in just kind of moderation and body type and good at the ground there. Probably the one that fits this one best in terms of just the way they look and their kind. Try to stay consistent is young man's little heifer up there. She'll be reserved here in this division.
Your Lowline division here with a grand champion Moderator heifer is entry number 16, TNT Glitters Shimmer, shown by TNT Cattle Company of Mansfield, Ohio. The reserve champion, Moderator female, is entry number 8. That is TCS JH Classy, shown by Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri.
On a red bull side.
On the Lowline side, we're going to take our pictures of our champions as we select them, so we'll stop a moment here and just grab a picture.
I think another good class of heifers, and 3 heifers that have definitely grown well. We've done a nice job managing them at this point in terms of composition and the condition that they have on them as well. And I think the difference is the young lady's heifer that leads off the class. Again, I just love the correctness of her. Really, really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Very, very loose and agile and athletic as she gets on the move. I think one that still comes to us with an ample amount of rib cage and body. I like her length and comfort up front. Very flat-shouldered, very angular there as well. There'll be some that are maybe deeper flanked maybe than what she is, but boy, she puts a lot of good together in terms of her skeletal build. Young man's heifer here in second. I like this one's balance when you get off to her from the side. I liked, again, the body, rib cage of her. Probably the thickest ended heifer of the trio when you have them out there. Still one that's pretty long in terms of her stride. I like to clean her up at the base of her chest floor. She's pushing a little more condition there, prettier up in that regard. Young lady's heifer that's going to be third, probably the growthiest heifer of the 3. Again, has some length, has some performance to her, has some weight per day of age, pretty bold in her center there as well. I like to maybe provide her with just a little more depth of body to her. She wants to get just more tucked up and tighter in her flank, maybe in relation to her chest floor. I like to clean her up in terms of her brisket just to make her prettier and better to look at, but she does a nice job showing that one as well. So 3 nice heifers here in that competitive class. think another good pair of heifers here. And again, the female we start off with, not only is she wider and squarer, more correct from hock to ground as she goes, but you get them to the side, and to me, that's the more attractive heifer in the pair. That levels off and maybe is just a little more ideal out of her hip. We've got some body shape to her there as well. Starting to show some other advancement there, and you like that about her. Maybe want to refine her in her shoulder. She gets just a little coarser in her shoulder, a little more elevated in terms of the straightness of her shoulder. But the heifer here in second, just a broody female. I really love the body, easy fleshing type of female. Not so sure I don't like her other structure better in terms of her teat size and the refinement of it. Just one I like to see go a little leveler in her spine, a little looser, more comfortable off of her rear step as compared to your class winner. But good set of heifers. I think a good division here, and again, very, very competitive and gets tough. Maybe the best structured one in the division is the one out of the first class. Very good in terms of her lines and her correctness. I love how feminine she is. I like the way she puts her shoulder onto her body in a very angular manner there. Get behind her, there's still some substance to that female as well. The one that came out of that next class, a little more moderate in her kind, and that's fine. Love the boldness of her body. She's the stouter one when you get in behind them and study them. Along with that, though, she's a little coarser about her shoulder, maybe not as feminine, maybe not as angular up front as what the heifer right there out of our first class. So a lot of give and take between those two. To me, those two bring the most good out within this division, but again, try to keep it consistent in terms of structure. Use young ladies heifer here at the front of our line to be our champion in this division. Heifer that was second in that class, again, kind of fits that same mold. Very smooth made, pretty good at the ground in terms of her feet. Like to open her up a little bit more, like to clean her up at the base of her chest floor. A lot of give and take between them, though. Probably the other one I find the extra value in terms of stoutness of skeleton and boldness is the heifer out of that second class, and we'll keep her there and use her for reserve.
Really nice class here. I guess these are purebreds. I think we got a class winner that wins this class quite handily in my mind. She's a female that puts a lot of good things together in terms of a cow look from the side, yet she's got that extra width and dimension that I like. She's a female that's got tremendous turn and shape to her top. She's really wide through that chest floor. She's wide in terms of that rear base. She's really level from flank to flank. If you're going to change her, you'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her side view just ever so slightly, but I like that extra dimension and the extra rib and just overall cow look. Really attractive. Baldy comes out next. The heifer's probably a little more feminine through her shoulder. She's a little more longer and extended in terms of her neck. She is a female that's really straight in terms of her lines. Gets a little bit more cut up in terms of her flank for me. I'd like to relax her in terms of her ankle when I set her in motion, and definitely like to power up through the center part of her rib cavity. Finish out the class with a heifer that's got loads of meat and muscle in her. She works a big old forearm. She's really powerful in terms of that top and hip. Just gets a bit more restricted in terms of her movement. She gets a bit more wrecked off of both ends for me. Not definitely, she maybe gets just a tad pigeon-toed way she comes off that front end.
Here are the results in your purebred lowline female show in class number 9. First is entry 17. CTL Keep in the Faith 16D, shown by Crazy Town Lowlines of Roswell, New Mexico, and Spotted Hills Ranch, Montgomery, Texas. Second is entry 22, HCK Willa's Destiny, shown by Hidden Creek Farms of Mansfield, Ohio. And in third place is entry number 20, D.A. Del Sign, shown by Ollenbaum Farms of Trenton, Missouri.
AK and a girl from shown by
Another really nice single entry here. A female that's got an added amount of length of spine. She's really deep in terms of her rib. She's a female that's really refined in terms of her joints. You're going to change it, like to clean her up just a notch through that chest floor, but extremely nice female. Could stand a lot of competition.
Here in our senior yearling, our senior division here, we've got 3 nice heifers. I know it's a class. We're going to talk all 3 of them because it's also a division here. Heifer here up front. I love the length of body of this one, and still comes with enough depth and substance to her. Again, a sound made one that's very loose and agile as you get her out here. You're going to critique on that heifer. I like to blend her into the point of her shoulder. She gets a little coarser there. I like to change her teat structure there. She's a little long and loose there in terms of her udder, but still a nice heifer. The heifer that's circling around now, that's in the middle, again, love the boldness of her body. You get behind her, you know that one's stout and has some dimension to her. Very long spine and very good out of her hip. Maybe compositionally, I like to change her the most. She's pushing a little more condition up front. Maybe doesn't show as much evidence in terms of her stage of gestation when you study her through her rear rib and flank. A little tighter there, but still a nice kind of a heifer. And then the outlier of the group is the one that's here in the back. Again, one that's very, very different in terms of foot and bone and substance. I really, really like her at the surface. Again, a heavy structured female that still has some width. Compositionally, she's a fresh one out here that doesn't have too much on her at all whatsoever. And so I like the rig and what she's in. Not perfect in her other structure. You could balance it up a shade, but again, love just the uniqueness and the value I find in that one. I'm going to use the young man's heifer here, number 29, to be our champion in this division. And the men here up front will be our reserve. That makes you third there. But that's 3 nice heifers here within this senior division.
Nice lineup here on the purebred side of these low lines. So the heifer out of the first class represents a lot of stuff that me and my family try to breed. She's a female. It's what we kind of call like a cow. It's going to produce a herd bull. She's got that cow look from the side, yet she's got that extra width and dimension from behind. She's got some width through that chest floor. She could be a little more refined fronted, but we got to remember these are beef cattle and not dairy cattle, so we think we get a little carried away in trying to pick these cattle ultra fronted. I think this heifer's kind of ideal in terms of her neck length, the way she comes out through that jaw. She too is a female. It's just got an added amount of width and dimension down that lower part of her stifle. She's a heifer that's going to change just ever so slightly. I'd make just a rib longer maybe, but just an extremely powerful built kind of May heifer. The young man's red heifer out of the second class. A heifer maybe you'd like to freshen her up just a little bit in terms of her condition, but she's a female that represents a lot of good things for this breed. She's exceptionally long in terms of her spine. She's structurally sound out on her feet and legs. She's really bold sprung in terms of that center part of her rib cavity. You can just see she's a really easy fleshing kind of a female, going to make a nice cow. Now, she'll definitely get nicer fronted when she spits the calf out and loses some of that baby fat up front. Really show catchy, eye appealing heifer here that was second to the first one. Just ultra feminine about her front, very highly presented. She's just really straight in terms of her line. She tends to trouble me a little bit when we set her in motion in terms of the way she sets down in that rear ankle. I definitely like to change the way she comes out that hip. She wants to roll them pins down just ever so slightly. Gets a little more cut up in terms of that flank, but if you're looking at it in terms of a show aspect, she's extremely eye appealing from the side, really nicely drawn out kind of a female. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you which two I like the best.
Results in the Purebred Lowline Show on your Spring Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 17, CTL Keep in the Faith 16D, shown by Crazy Town Lowlines, Roswell, New Mexico, and Spotted Hills Ranch, Montgomery, Texas. The Reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion, entry 23, SRF Foxy Roxy D1001, shown by Shady Rest Farm, Petersburg, Illinois.
Another really nice single entry here. I really like this female in terms of her width and dimension and cow look from the side. She's extremely balanced from flank to flank in terms of her depth. What I really appreciate this heifer is the boldness and the center part of her rib cavity. She too is a female. When we set her in motion, she's really sound out in her feet and legs. She's extremely level in terms of her lines, holds herself together quite nicely. You might like to lengthen her out just a tick in terms of her front, but that's getting pretty picky on a nice little heifer.
Class 11 in your Purebred Lowline Show is entry 25. She is your Junior Heifer Calf Champion. She is HCK Calypso Farron, shown by Hidden Creek Farm, Mansfield, Ohio.
Here in selection for our champion female on our red pole side, a pretty impressive set of them. I think where you guys are as a breed, as far as there's a lot of variation, there's a lot of uses for different types of cattle, and I think that's good to have that variation within your breed so everybody can have something different to pick from to make their own better. And so I'll briefly go through these division winners. Our first division, again, that was a good way to start. A very fresh, very square one. She's got some neatness and some femininity about about her. Still enough body volume for her at this age and this time as well. To be critical of her, I still like to lay her back into her shoulder and her knee just a touch, but still a nice heifer. One of the more moderate heifers in the drive here is a heifer out of the 2nd division. Again, really good at the ground. Love the cushion to her joints. I like the way she's flatter jointed and sits back in her knee, but yet still comes with some substance, still comes with some boldness and some base width and balance as well. You just have to draw that line. Is she too moderate maybe to be the champ? Not sure, but I do like the way that one's built and put together. Heifer that came out of the next division, our summer division, one obviously you like out here. Presented extremely nice. Love the body shape and the volume of her, and still one that's very square and wide when you get in behind her. We get her on the travel, and I think that's where we like her even better. Sits down very good and comfortable in her joints. She wants to get just a little lower in the way her head and neck attaches to her body. She's got just a touch more chest and shoulder in her. I'd like to refine that about her, but boy, sure one you have to like out here just for her sheer quality and her presence. I like the correctness of skeleton of the heifer that came next. Extremely sound and good jointed and good moving. Probably one of the more feminine and extended heifers we have out in this particular drive. With that, probably gives up just a touch more center body and body depth to heifers maybe on either side of her. And then the slick-haired heifer that came out of our senior division, I'd label her as the unique one out here in terms of just an extra foot size, the extra bone, still has some squareness to her out here. And I think what's cool about that is she still functions. She still sets it down in a very comfortable and good manner. Not perfect in her udder structure, but we still like her all the same. So again, a really good set of females, a nice set of reserve divisions here as well. Let's give our red pole exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll show you your champion.
Another really nice single entry here on the low line side. A really nice cow prospect, I think. A female that's got exceptional amount of length of body. She's extremely functional in terms of her feet and leg structure. She stands out in some circumference of foot. She's got some added depth of rib. If you're going to change, you'd like to clean her up just a notch around that tail head. Maybe clean her up just a tick in terms of her chest floor. But we got to remember these cattle are a lot quicker in terms of their kind. So we got to give that up a little bit. Just an outstanding cow prospect. Could stand a lot of competition.
On the lowline side, your intermediate yearling champion is class number 12 winner, SRF Paisley C8, shown by Shady Rest Farm, Petersburg, Illinois. We're now showing for the grand champion purebred female.
Another really nice lineup on the Lowline side. 3 outstanding representatives out here. I think the heifer out of the first class, heifer I just really appreciate in terms of her type and kind. She's a female that's extremely strong about her lines. She's a female that's got some depth of rib. But I really like her balance from flank to heart. She too is a female. When you get behind her, she's got that extra width and dimension that I like to see. She's got some turn and shape to that loin edge. She carries it well down through her stifle. To go along with having that kind of muscle, yet she's still kind of feminine through that front shoulder. She's still a female that just brings a cow look to the ring, kind of a power cow look. She's a female I like quite well. Like I said, I like to lengthen her out just ever so slightly, but that's getting awful picky. Heifer out of the second class, a heifer I really like in terms of her overall fleshing ability. She's extremely deep from flank to flank. She too is a female that's got an added amount of length of spine. She's exceptionally long from her pins back. If I was going to change her, I'd maybe like to relax her just a tick in terms of her ankle, maybe make her just a little more attractive to look at from out through that shoulder, but an extremely nice female, female that stands out in a lot of bone and a big old foot. Really practical cow prospect, I think, out of the third deal. She's exceptionally long in her body. She's sound out in her feet and legs, maybe just not quite as flashy today in the show ring, but she's an extremely nice cow prospect with a lot of feeding ability. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. I'll show you which one I like the best. Outstanding group.
Your grand champion purebred lowline female is entry number 17. Entry number 17 is CTL Keep in the Face 16D, shown by Crazy Town Lowlines of Roswell, New Mexico, and Spotted Hills Ranch of Montgomery, Texas. The reserve champion, purebred female, is entry 25. Entry 25 is HCK Calypso Farron, shown by Hidden Creek Farm of Mansfield, Ohio. We're now ready for the purebred cow-calf pairs in the Lowline show.
Two outstanding cow-calf pairs out here. I give the edge to the 2-year-old. It's not that easy to get a calf of this quality out of a first calf heifer because you're usually trying to mate them, just get a live calf, but this cow's got a pretty nice coupon standing there at side. To go along with that, that cow's ultra long in terms of her side view. She's extremely sound out in her feet and legs. Really nice teat placement in terms of her udder. She's a female. It's just really clean about that front. She's long out through that hip, and like I said, I got that heifer calf inside, just won the last deal. A female that's extremely powerful in terms of her build. She's a female, though, too, has a maternal look, I think, from the side. Not to take nothing away from the cow and calf in second. They're an outstanding set. 6-year-old cow with a tremendous amount of longevity. She too is extremely sound out in her feet and legs. You can see that she's really put a lot of work into this calf. Just a really big, stout kind of a female. Two outstanding individuals. The cow, though, in second, I maybe like to refine her in terms of her teats just ever so slightly. Her calf maybe isn't quite as attractive out in front, but that's getting pretty picky because them are two outstanding pairs, especially for being a 6-year-old cow. You can just see the job that she's done with this calf at side. Two excellent pairs. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Your grand champion purebred cow-calf pair is entry number 28, CTL Believe in Me, shown by Spotted Hills Ranch of Montgomery, Texas, and Crazy Town Lowlines of Roswell, New Mexico. The reserve champion cow-calf pair, entry 31, SSC Cena 1Y, shown by Allenbaugh Farms of Trenton, Missouri.
Got a nice bull calf to kick our bull show off here on our red pole side. I love just the look of him, his smoothness. I think he could one day turn into a real asset in terms of a female maker. A nice hind leg set to him. And I think you study his angle standing still, you don't see any problems with him. He's a little nervous and he gets on the go today and wants to pop him ever so slightly. But boy, one that's got some quality, I think a promising future. Nice bull calf here to start off our show. going to leave these two bulls like they stand. And again, there's a lot of give and take between them. For me, the young lady's bull just comes to us a little bolder and wider all the way through. I think he has a little more muscle shape when you get right in behind him and up on top of him in terms of his skeleton. He probably sits down on his rear feet in a little more comfortable manner. I like to relax him in his spine, provide him with a little more depth, and that's where I kind of get into the bull that ends up second in this class. A big testicle bull, I think one that's probably just a shot deeper in his heart and his forerib. One that for me is still pretty square over his hip. I guess when I really get down to it, I want to open that bull up in his base width. He gets just a little narrower base all the way through, and maybe still just a little thinner in terms of his maturity pattern just yet. But again, I think two useful bulls there that both definitely have some good pieces about them. Here in this first division of bulls here again, like we talked about the female show, variations can still be a good thing, especially when you want to make different improvements here. And we definitely have three different types of bulls out here. Again, our first class winner, obviously one that's the different one out here in terms of depth. He's much softer, still has enough muscle shape to him. I think his structure and his skeleton is very, very pleasing as you study him there. The one that came out of that next class obviously has the muscle advantage from behind. He's wider and square. He's got more shape up top. Maybe we still want to provide him a little more depth and relax him in his spine there as well. So again, some give and take. Just depends on where you think the utility needs to be within your cow herd. But the one that pleases me best is a little bull out here out of first class that makes the bull here out of our second class, our reserve division. But a good division of bulls. Got a nice trio of bulls here, and a bull I'm going to start with. I would like to maybe give him the feet of the one we have here in second, but I think after that, to me, that's the masculine big hip bull in this class. That's the one that looks the part in terms of his body and his balance, and comes together with some style and some presence to him there as well. Again, I like to set him down just a touch looser and longer in terms of his step, but he's still probably adequate enough in that regard. Bull we have here in second, again, probably the best footed one of this crew in terms of the way he sets down his lower joints. Still one that has ample muscle shape. Just some balance things about him I want to change. He gets a little weaker in his spine, a little more lower shoulder in that guy. I like to open him up in his heart and his forerib there, but his running gear I really, really enjoy. Bull we end up third in that class, has some length, has some extension to him, just kind of out-horsed and out-powered, not quite as masculine there as what we find in those pair ahead of him, but nice trio of bulls. Another nice single entry bull, and the bull's extremely functional. Talk about a good-footed, freewheeling one that can get out and go. I think one that still comes together with some balance. I love the quality of his head, neck, and shoulder weight attaches to the front side of his skeleton and his body. He's ample in terms of his width. There'll be some his age that are stouter and bigger and more powerful, but I think he still puts together a nice look of balance, and just love how he gets around and goes in terms of his skeletal function here. So nice bull to be a single entry here in this class. We pull this division of bulls together. Again, a good division of bulls. A bull that came out of that first class. Again, nicely presented. He's got some balance and some look and some eye appeal to him. Still one that has some muscle shape to him when you get on this top side. I like the depth of body and his development there as well. Again, we're going to pick on him. I like to set him down that much more comfortably in his lower joints, make him reach in a more fluid manner. The bull that came out of this next class, single entry, again, maybe an outlier in terms of just the way he sets down on his feet and his foot shape. Good posturing angle and flexibility to him, and still one, I like the attractiveness of him and the boldness of his body there again. We talked about him in terms of moderation. There'll be some that are bigger than what he is obviously out here in this division, but I'm a fan of his function and his build here. Going to use him to be our champion here in this division. Bull out of the first class there will be reserved.
Two really nice full bloods over here to start the full blood show off with. Quite a bit of age variation in these two individuals. The April heifer I chose to start with, I think, is the one that's just show ring ready today. She's a female that's fairly highly presented. She's a female that's got a really nice balance and look from the side. She's really youthful about that front. She too is a female that's got some excellent length out in terms from her pins back. She's a female if I was going to change. I like to definitely give her a little more power through that center part of her rib cavity, like the power up in the lower part of her stifle. That's where I really like this little June heifer that comes out next. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of hip. She's got a lot of lower stifle. She's got some width of base. She's very ultra lean about that front and really cool and attractive out of her front end. If you were going to change, you'd like to square her up from hooks to her pins. And two, I think this heifer will definitely give that April run later on down the road. A little more time and a little more work. She just isn't maybe quite as highly presented as the heifer ahead of her, and that first time to a show, I'm sure, makes it a little tough.
Your first class of full-blood lowline females, class 14, first place entry 37, UF Miss Tasha 11T28D, shown by the University of Findlay at Findlay, Ohio. And second place, entry 32, 4D Elsa, shown by Rachel Duffy of Pontiac, Illinois.
Got a single entry bull here, and again, I think one that could definitely use more competition. Just a fundamentally correct one, a yearling that's got some growth and some performance to him. I think he's got an ample amount of muscle to him when you get into him. A masculine bull. You can study him through his head and neck and appreciate him for that. Still one that's pretty good and sound on his feet and legs there as well. Maybe make him a little bolder in his center, but at the same time, he's still probably good going through that growth stage there. But a nice bull here to represent this particular class.
Two really nice individuals here, a lot of give and take in the two females. I think the heifer I chose to start with just excels in terms of a ruggedness of her structure. She's a female, stands out a little more circumference of foot. She's definitely stouter in terms of her bone. She's definitely a female that's got just a little more overall performance and length of spine. She is a female, if I was going to change, I'd definitely like to make her just a little more coordinated when we set her in motion. She tends to want to hawk in off just a notch off them hind legs. She maybe wants to get up in her top just a little bit. I definitely like to power her up in terms of her lower stifle and give her just a little more power through that center part of her rib cavity. The heifer in two I like probably a little bit better when we set them in motion. She sets down a little truer from hock to ground. She gets a bit frailer in terms of her bone work, though. Maybe gets just a notch smaller in terms of her foot size, but she is a female that's extremely sound. She's straight in terms of her lines. Just like to power her up overall structure as a heifer ahead of her.
Class 15 full-blood females in the lowline show. First is entry 39, UF Miss Val Holly, 24Y14D, shown by the University of Findlay, Findlay, Ohio. And in second place, entry 38, RF Dove, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. We're now ready to select the spring heifer calf champion.
another solid pair of bulls, and the bull we start with, just a little more of an outlier, but in a positive way. Yeah, he's a little on the shorter side, but talk about some true shape to this guy. He has a very impressive when you get right in behind him and study him. Love the boldness of his body. Still one is very attractive in the way he sets his head and neck to the top side of his shoulder. Incredible amount of foot and bone on this gentleman here as well. I'll get a good testicle bull, a long strided bull, maybe modify his front skeleton just a shade in terms of just his shoulder angle, but I think that bull's got a lot of good going for him still. A very useful bull, very practical bull that comes here next. Pretty range-ready type bull in terms of structure. I like his length. I like his grow. He can contribute a lot of that to a particular calf crop. Probably for me, relative to the bull we used to beat him with, not quite as muscular, not quite as bold in the center part of his body, but still one you like a lot in terms of his useful kind. So a good pair of bulls here within this class.
Two really nice full-blood heifers out here, and two very nice second places back out here for this division. A lot of give and take in these two females. I think there's a lot of attributes that I like quite well in each one. I'd like to probably combine the two females a little bit in terms of the way they're built. The heifer that got the first class I really like in terms of her width and dimension compared to the heifer behind her. She's extremely square in terms of the way she's designed out of that hip. I like the way her neck comes out the point of her shoulders. She too is a female. It's got some depth of rib. I like that boldness spring to that center part of her rib cavity. She stands out some substance bone. If I was going to change her to the heifer behind her, you might like to lengthen her out just a tick in terms of her side view, but a female that's got a lot of meat and muscle in her and yet still has a nice cow look. Young lady's heifer out of the second class, a heifer I love in terms of her ruggedness of bone. She's extremely stout in terms of her bone work. She's clean and flat in terms of them joints. She too has that extra amount of length of spine that I like to see. Like I said in class, I definitely though like to power up in terms of her width of skeleton. She gets just a bit narrower through that chest. She gets a bit flatter in terms of her rib cage for me, but two outstanding individuals. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and I'll select your champions. Here in this fall bull class here, a neat bull here that wins the class. Truly a shapely bull that's very massive and very masculine in his look and build, very bold in the shape of his rib, and still one that's attractive enough when you set him on the top side of his skeleton. And standing, I really like that bull a lot in terms of his balance and his look. We get him on the go and on the travel, and I like to modify him just a shade. He gets just a little tighter in the way he sets his rear leg to the ground, maybe a little more forward in his shoulder, but still a good bull. Bull we have here in second, smooth made, smooth blending, very flat and neat about his shoulder. Still one that's very sound and athletic at the ground. I like to balance him up and give him more depth of body. I like to open him up in his rib cage and give him more boldness there as well. But a good set of bulls here in our class as well.
The full-blood Lowline female show, your spring heifer calf champion is entry 37. 37 is UF Miss Tasha 11T 28D, shown by the University of Findlay. And the reserve spring heifer calf champion, entry 39, UF Miss Val Holly 24Y 14D, also shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio.
Again, a good division of bulls here in this fall and summer division. Our bull here that led off this division, again, very sound, very useful type of a bull. Love his length, love his growth there as well. You get him out and compare him to these other two. I like to see him bolder, more muscular, but at the same time, maybe he has an advantage in terms of joint work, maybe over them as well. The bull that came out of that next class, again, love the shape of him. A little more unique in his feature out here, a heavier bone one that's bolder in his center there as well. Still attractive enough in his look. I think he's still a sound-made bull that you'd still like to maybe just change that shoulder angle and toe him ahead a little truer, but it's not hurting the way he's getting out and going here. A really, really massive, masculine one here that's got a ton of shape, and he looks like a bull. You appreciate that about him. Not as heavy bone, maybe a little more forward in his shoulder as well, but like we said, wanted to set him down just a shade more comfortable off of his rear skeleton. But a nice set of bulls to me. The one that surfaces out of this division is out of our second class. I'm going to use him to be our champ. We're bringing the second place bull in again, much like the one in front. Very, very sound-footed, very, very useful in its kind. You want to relax him in his spine and give him more lower body here. Again, you kind of got to pick your poison here, kind of what you want to live with, where you want to be on things. Again, I just love the masculinity and the look of the bull out of our final class. Going to use him to be our reserve here in this division.
This is probably the toughest decision I've had through the whole show. There's 4 outstanding heifers out here. I'll be the first to admit the heifer I'm starting with, she doesn't quite move good enough for me. She's quite a bit more restricted off that hind leg than I like to see. But I think after that, she's just got so many things to offer. I just like her type and her kind in terms of her side view. I like that extra length of hip. I like the power that she possesses in terms of her bone. She too is a female. It's just got a tremendous amount of top to her. She carries it well down through her stifle. Like I said, I definitely like to relax her the way she comes off that hind leg. But I think today, she just excels the class in terms of length of body standpoint and overall power standpoint. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2, no question. The soundest moving heifer probably in the class. She too is a female. It's really long in terms of her side view. She's very nice in terms of her lines. She's a heifer. If I was going to change, I'd like to change the way her head's designed. I think it takes away from her attractiveness a little bit from the side. She gets a little pencil necked, I think, and then I'd like to change that and maybe pick her up just a notch in terms of her loin, but extremely functional, made kind of a female. The oddball out comes out here in 3. This heifer's extremely deep in terms of her rib from flank to flank. She's really rugged in terms of her bone. She gets a little misleading, I think, with her hair coat. If you take that hair off of her, she's probably the lighter muscled heifer of the 3. She's definitely the shorter hipped heifer. I'd definitely like to square her up from hooks to her pins. And I'd like to change the way she comes off that front end. She's ever so slightly twisted in terms of that forearm. Finish out the class with a really square hipped made kind of a female. Heifer maybe gets just a little too bold in terms of her shoulders. She gets a little squarer over that chine. You definitely like to relax her the way she comes out of her hip. She's almost just too correct hipped, and it affects the way she hits the ground. She gets quite a bit smaller in terms of her foot circumference.
Here in our bull selection here on the red pole side, really 3 nice bulls, and I wish we could take pieces of each one of them and kind of put it together and have the assembled piece you'd love, but I think they're all still very, very useful in their kind, as well as our reserve divisions out here. Our calf division winner, obviously the one out here, if you want to add look and softness and a correct look in terms of their joints, he's the one you can get into. I love the depth of body. I love the smoothness of him. Just has a really quality presence about him, still has enough squareness and hip in him. Again, maybe not the biggest footed one in the world, wants to snap him just a touch today in terms of his pasture, but angles read right and true. Love just the look and quality of that one. Probably the most athletic and agile one of the crew is the one here in our 2nd division. A good footed one, a good pasturing angle to him. He's also probably the one you really love in terms of his front third and the way it comes together. Probably of these 3 for his size, gives up a little more in terms of his body and just shape. Want to open him up and give him more width all the way through, but boy, get him loin down, he gives you an incredible look right here from the side. You love him at the surface. Obviously the one, if you want to add muscle and boldness and bone and be a little more aggressive, this guy can get it done here out of our 3rd division. Just love the shape of him. Still one that attaches his head and neck high off of his shoulder. Of these 3, he's the one you want to change though in terms of his angles up front, make him reach and make him just a little bit sounder there in his knee and in his shoulder. And so just kind of a piece of each one of them. If you could put them together, you have it. Just kind of got to go with those. To me, there's 2 of them. They're a little more of a changer, if you will. On opposite extremes in terms of the spectrum. One of them just kind of pulls himself together a little better today, and I like his joints. Little bull here out of our 1st division is going to be our champ.
Really nice single entry red heifer here. Can stand a lot of competition. A heifer you got to love in terms of her length of spine. She's exceptionally long from her pins back. She too is a female. Is adequate in terms of her soundness. She reaches out with nice fluid stride. Very feminine the way she's designed out in terms of her neck. If I was going to change, I'd like to relax her just a tick in terms of the center of her spine when we set her in motion, but an outstanding long body kind of a female.
Here for reserve, we'll bring that 2nd bull in, a reserve division. Again, a good footed one, a flexible and athletic one. Just needs more body, more substance. Kind of comes down to these 2 bulls. If you got a set of cows that have plenty of power, you can use that one in terms of fixing them structurally. If you got a set of cows that need just more base width and more boldness, to me, he's a very, very good changer in terms of that. Again, get a little hard on him up front, but to me, that's where a dividing line comes in structure I try to get on. I still like his uniqueness and his presence out here. Going to use that bull out of our final division to be a reserve.
over on the Lowline Full-Blood Heifer Show, Class 16. Class 16, your junior heifer calf champion came out of that class. That was entry 41, UF Miss 181T 12D, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio. And your reserve junior heifer calf champion in that same class, entry 46, that is GCP Denver, shown by Mariah Gann of Callow, Missouri. Third place in that class was entry 44, UF Miss Rockin' 53Z 09D, shown by the University of Findlay. And in fourth place was entry 45, RF Dawn, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. Then in Class 17 was won by entry number 47, Texas FCC Red Lacey, shown by Fanning Cattle Company, Cordova, Illinois.
Yes.
We're now ready for class number 18, the full-blood senior heifer calves.
Really nice class here on the low line side. Really close placing, I think, here on the top end. Depends on where you put your priorities. The heifer I chose to start with, where I like her, is I think she excels in terms of width and dimension standpoint. She's quite a bit bolder sprung in terms of the center part of her rib cavity. She's got a tremendous width and dimension across them pins and down that stifle. She's a female. It's just adequate in terms of that with the base. She is a female, I admit. She gets a little coarser, maybe a little more masculine about her front, but then again, when you get any more muscle in one, they're going to have I've always been told it takes an engine to pull a caboose, and that's the good logic on that heifer there. If I was going to change her, she maybe wants a hockey in just ever so slightly, and maybe like to change her right there. She maybe got just a dip there in her loin just ever so slightly, but a really nice heifer with a lot of power. Really like the maternal cow look from the side, and this heifer comes out in two. Heifer probably maybe reaches out just a little more fluid stride than the heifer I started with. When I get to analyzing her, though, I'd like to clean her up down that lower part of her chest. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her navel, and she tends to want to hockey in just ever so slightly off that rear leg. I'd like to relax her just a little bit the way she comes out that hock. Heifer comes out in three. A heifer that's very highly presented. She's a heifer on the stand. She's got a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal. She's really straight in terms of her lines. She's long out from her pins back. She's a heifer gets quite a bit more restricted. When we set her in motion, she's a little bit more erect about them front forelimbs. She tends to want to toe out just a notch more than to be desired. And I'd like to expand her in terms of her rear width of base when we set her in motion. Like the growth curve, the length of the heifer comes out here to finish the class out with. Very ultra clean, very straight in terms of her lines. Just gets a bit more tubular in terms of her rib cage for me. I'd like to relax her in terms of that spine, drop her down just a notch in terms of her flank.
The full-blood lowline female show, class number 18. Your senior heifer calf champion comes out of that. Lot entry number 49. Entry 49 is R.F. Cassie, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. Reserve champion senior heifer calf is entry 51. That's TBJ Miss Julie, shown by Tummins Cattle Company of Gallatin, Missouri, and Schmidt Farms of Oaks, North Dakota. Third place is entry 48, UF Miss Wendy 01W47C, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 50, UF Miss Tara 15T32C, also shown by the University of Findlay.
Okay, so that's a senior.
Another outstanding division here. Like I said, a lot of give and takes, like where you put your priorities, what kind of scenario you're looking at. The red heifer out of the first class, heifer just extremely highly presented, very fresh in terms of her appearance. She's a female that's exceptionally long in terms of her side view. She's got some extra length out in terms of her hip. She's very clean and flat in terms of her joints. She is a heifer, like I said, I'd like to relax her just a tick in terms of that center of her spine. This heifer's so long in terms of that side view that maybe causes her to roach up just ever so slightly. But an outstanding cow and extremely highly presented. Heifer out of the second class represents a lot of what I kind of believe in. She's, I think, definitely maternal enough looking from the side. She's a heifer that's got that extra amount of width and dimension when we get behind her. She's a female that's got some width through that chest floor. She's got some power in that forearm. Yeah, you'd like to lengthen her out just a little bit in terms of that neck, make her just a little more feminine, but like I said, it takes an engine to pull a caboose. And when we're raising these cattle, it takes one with a little more power, a little thicker neck to raise that herd bull. I think she's an excellent female. Just a little bit nitpick, I wouldn't argue if you used any one of these three heifers and flopped them around. But I'll show you which one I like the best. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause.
Your senior heifer calf champion is entry number 49. That is R.F. Cassie, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. And the reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 47, shown by Fanning Cattle Company, Cordova, Illinois, Texas, FCC Red Lacey.
A little more challenging class here. A lot of give and take in these three females. The heifer I chose to start with, the heifer on the stand, I like her quite well. I like her substance of bone. I like her depth of rib. She's a female that's real maternal looking from the side, yet when you get behind her, she's got a tremendous shape and turn to that top and down through that stifle. She is a heifer that's going to change. When we set her in motion, she's a tick restricted off that hind wheel, more so that driver's side back wheel and the show side, but a heifer I like in terms of her extra length and her muscle. The heifer comes out in 2. A heifer's extremely nicely balanced in terms of symmetry of lines. She's a heifer, maybe probably wins this class if you were going to just totally judge her on that. But she's a heifer, when we get to analyze her, she's quite a bit straighter in terms of that shoulder blade. She gets quite a bit flatter in terms of her overall rib cage. She gets quite a bit flatter in terms of her stifle, but I like her lines and her symmetry. Very beautiful package. Young man's heifer kind of gets out-aged here in this class, being a June or a July. She's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension. I really like this heifer on the stand. I'd like to see her set down just a little softer off that hind leg. She kind of wants to step out of herself when we set her in motion. Maybe like to lengthen her up just a notch in terms of her hip, but another outstanding individual.
The results in your summer yearling full-blood heifer class, class number 19. First place goes to entry 59. She is the intermediate yearling champion female. 59 is CSF Frosty 4C, shown by Austin Pito of Vernon, Connecticut. Second place, entry 56. She is the reserve intermediate yearling champion heifer. RF Cora, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. In third place is entry 53. CTL Red, White, and Boom, shown by Brock Spear of Roswell, New Mexico.
Pretty nice class here. A lot of give and take in these females. I think we got an easy class winner here to win this class. I'll be the first to admit she's plenty fat for me. I'd definitely like to freshen her up in terms of her condition. But she's a heifer. When we set her in motion, she's exceptionally sound from hock to ground. She's very athletic. The way she comes out of her front end. Where I really like this heifer is from her pins back. She's got an exceptional amount of length hip. She's extremely deep in terms of her flank. Like I said, I just like to tidy her up in terms of that condition just a little bit, pull that chest out of her just a notch. Really like the length of body. The heifer comes out in 2, and no question the heaviest muscled female in the class. She's got a tremendous amount of lower stifle. She's extremely wide in terms of her pin set. Maybe just gets a bit off balance when we set her in motion. She wants to roll down just a notch in terms of her hip. She gets just a little bit more jabbed up through that front end, but I like that extra muscle she possesses. Really attractive heifer, comes out in 3. She's a female that's extremely deep from flank to flank. She's a heifer that moves out fairly free and easy off of both ends. Just gets a little bit more compact in terms of her side view for me. Like to lengthen her out in terms of her hip and her overall spine. Young man's heifer we finish out the class with. I like her balance. I like her look. She does have that extra length of spine. She just gets a bit more straighter off that both ends. I'd like to see her flex out a little more give off that hind leg. I'd like to see her have just a little more angulation to that shoulder.
Class 20, your full-blood lowline females, first goes to entry number 60, KTM Thelma, shown by Tummins Cattle Company of Gallatin, Missouri. Second place, entry 64, FCC Agnes, shown by Amelia Ann Bender, Lexington, Ohio. Third place, entry 63, FCC Lucy, shown by Fanning Cattle Company, Cordova, Illinois. And in fourth place is entry 61, JPC Virginia Hills C1, shown by C22 Purple Cows, Southampton, Massachusetts.
Really nice class here. Heifer stroked me pretty hard when she come in. We're going to lead off with a heifer. It's got a tremendous amount of depth of rib. She's really balanced in terms of that rib cage. Should too, I like this heifer when I get behind her, the overall spring and curvature of her rib. She's really long out in terms of that hip. She's very neat in terms of the way the hip comes out into her hind leg. Just has a real nice cow look, I think, from the side, and she's got that added shot of muscle that I like to to see, and just extremely long in terms of her side view. A female I like quite well. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2, a heifer I like in terms of her length of body. She too is a female. It's got some depth of rib. When you get to analyze her and heifer ahead of her, she gets quite a bit narrower down from her chine back to that loin. She too gets a bit plainer through that front. You definitely like to make her just a little wider traveling from behind, but another nice female. We finished out the class with a super attractive female from the side, a female that's extremely stout in terms of her bone, just gets a bit more erect about her front forelimbs, maybe gets just a bit more restricted out that rear hock.
The results of Class 21, your full-blood lowline females first, 65. Entry number 65 is FCC Edith, shown by Matthias Maxwell Bender of Lexington, Ohio. In second place is entry 67, UF Miss Brenton 05C, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio. And in third place is 69, UF Miss 176T, 02C, shown by the University of Findlay. We will now select our junior champion and reserve junior champion female.
Another really nice division here on the low-line side. Two very nice class winners, two very nice seconds. A lot of give and take in these two females. The heifer out of the first class, a heifer you really got to like. And set her in motion. She's really sound from hock to ground. She's got a nice angle in terms of her shoulder. She too is a female that's extremely deep in terms of her rib. She's well balanced in terms of that rib from her heart girth back to her flank. She's a heifer, like I said, I may like to freshen her up, clean her up around that tail head, definitely cut that chest out of her. But she's just a really nice maternal looking female that's going to make an excellent cow. The heifer out of the second class, a heifer I really like, and just in terms of her overall width and dimension, her extra length of body. She too is a female that has that extra amount of depth of rib. What I really like this female is in that upper part of her rib cavity. She's extremely explosive. She's got a tremendous amount of width of base. Female is just a lot of power, but yet too to have that much amount of muscle that she possesses from behind. She's still ultra feminine. She's really clean through that front. If you're going to pick on her just ever so slightly, like to pick her up there just a little bit in terms of her hooks to her pins, balance her out there just ever so slightly, but that's getting awful picky on a pretty good female. Two excellent individuals, two excellent seconds. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you which one I like the best.
Your junior champion full-blood heifer is entry number 65. Number 65 is FCC Edith, shown by Matthias Maxwell Bender, Lexington, Ohio. The reserve junior champion full-blood female is entry number 60. KTM Thelma, shown by Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. Entering the ring now are your divisional champions and reserves for the selection of the grand champion full-blood female.
First off, I'd like to say it's been a great pleasure so far here to sort through your Lowline female show. The quality's been extremely strong from the percentage all the way up to purebred and now into the full bloods. Just a lot of quality in these cattle. Let's say that judging cattle is a lot of matter of opinion. I'll be first to admit I know a lot of these people, but one thing, if you know me, I'm the type of person, I'm going to tell you what I think. I don't really care if you agree with me. I'm an arrogant enough person. Some people can kind of say I'm a pain, but I'm going to do what I think. I got certain beliefs. I think these are, consider them just like Angus, basically. And I think us as Angus breeders, a lot of times we get carried away in judging these cattle from the side and picking these great big bellies and ultra fronts. So we just need to stop and think a little bit. One is when we get these cattle this ultra fronted, you're going to lose feeding ability. I don't understand why we think we need to have these cattle so ultra clean. If you've ever fed one, you can always know that good fronted one, you can never screw her up, because the more feed you give her, the better she gets. The short fronted one, you got to manage. So we need to stop and think, and when they're a 2-year-old cow, which one do we want out in our pasture? And then I think on this, the rib thing, we're definitely getting carried away because we're giving up length of body to get that that certain symmetry in terms of depth of rib. Then in overall reality, we need that upper rib. That's where your feeding ability comes from. A lot of that depth is actually just waste that hits the floor when they go to the slaughterhouse. With that, I'll be done preaching. I think all these females, if you look at and analyze them, you can see what I like. I like cattle that look maternal, but I like them that are stout. I like cattle that's got that extra hip, yet are still feminine in terms of what I call a beef way, not a dairy way. They're females that's got some thickness and power through that front, but they're ultra clean about their fronts. They're well designed in terms of their shoulder, and they're all structurally correct. I'm not going to talk each one of them. I've talked enough. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll select your champions.
Your grand champion full-blood female is entry number 65. That is FCC Edith, shown by Matthias Maxwell Bender, Lexington, Ohio. Reserve champion is entry number 49. She is the senior heifer calf champion. Number 49 is R.F. Cassie, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. Our next class is our full-blood cow-calf pairs.
two excellent pairs. I think the pair we chose to start with is a combination, the cow and the calf. They excel, and just in a beautiful cow in terms of her symmetry of lines. A cow that's got some width and dimension across her top and down through that quarter. Beautiful udder as well. You can see she's got a big strapping bull calf at side with a lot of balance and eye appeal. Just an extremely nice pair. The second place pair, not to take nothing away from them, I think this heifer calf's got a lot of future. Heifer calf has got a tremendous amount of hip and top, yet it's really cool about that front. The cow maybe just like to change her just a little bit when she gets out and travels, but another nice cow. It's got a beautiful udder on her. Two very, very excellent representatives for your breed.
The full-blood champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 71, FCC Echoes Wink, shown by Hidden Creek Farm of Mansfield, Ohio. The reserve champion cow-calf pair is entry 70, CC Brianna B14, shown by Rachel Duffy of Pontiac, Illinois.
Dean?
really good quality class of belted Galloway steers to start off here. And I'll be the first to admit, probably not the when they hit the ring, some of the ones that hit me, we placed them a little bit differently in the end. The calf that we're going to start out with balances up extremely nicely. When you get behind this belted Galloway steer, I don't care if it's a belted Galloway, an Angus, a Herford, I don't care what color it is, this steer's got the hind quarter and the thickness to make a tremendous feeder steer right here, and I think that's what gets him to the top of the class. The steer that comes in second here does so for me from a balance standpoint. Just balance is so much nicer. It's strong out over that top than what we have in maybe our third place steer there, but just not quite enough overall power. He's got the pounds and the performance to compete with our first place winner, but just not the balance, not the power in the hind quarter and muscle to get over that calf in first, but certainly enough balance and strength over that top to our calf in third here. The calf in third, I really love the softness of this calf and the overall balance. When you get him, when he first hit the ring, he really struck me extremely nice. I love the way he gets out and moves. He just doesn't quite balance up. Like to square him up over his hip a little bit more to get him over that calf in second. Young lady that rounds out the calf class here, a super good structured calf. Gets out probably the fluidest in its movement of any of the calves. Just needs to be a little softer, have a little bit more natural red meat to get above the class steers in this class. But 4 really nice steers to start your belted Galloway show.
Extremely nice bull calf here to start the bull show off with. The bull can stand an extreme amount of competition. Here's one that just has a real ring presence when you bring him in. He's extremely straight in terms of his lines. He's extremely attractive to analyze from the side. To go along with this, when you get behind him, he's definitely adequate in terms of his muscle shape. He's got some extra width and dimension across that loin edge. Really like the stoutness of bone. I like the way he's made through that hock. If you're going to change him ever so slightly, you might like to maybe balance his testicles just a little bit, but that's a pretty salty calf right there. It could stand an extreme amount of competition.
That class winner is entry number 72 in the Moderator Lowline Bull Show here. That entry is 72 TNT Glitter Sparky, shown by TNT Cattle Company, Mansfield, Ohio.
Another outstanding bull here. Could stand a lot of competition. A bull, when you set him in motion, he's definitely athletic when he gets out and goes. And a bull with that kind of structure, when you get behind him and analyze him, he's got a tremendous amount of turn, shape to that top. He carries it well down through that stifle. He too is a bull that's got an exceptional amount of depth of rib and guts capacity. He's clean and flat in terms of his joints. He's extremely youthful about that front. I like how tight he is in terms of his sheath. Just a very outstanding bull calf that could run with a lot of competition.
That's entry 76, TCS Mr. Jack 1D, shown by Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri.
Just two steers over here in our Belted Galloway ring. The steer that's going to win this class, the more traditional belted dun calf here, he does so for his overall length of side and strength over that top, really a big topped calf. This is a calf that, though he does concern me when we get him into motion on those rear wheels, I think feet and leg structure, whether it's a terminal steer or anything in this breed, in all breeds of cattle, we really need to pay attention to those feet and legs, and that feet and legs on this calf concerns me a lot. But with that being said, the big top and rib that this calf has and the extra dimension in that center body cavity, I think he gets to the class, to wins this class. Calf that comes in second here, ultra smooth, ultra sound, but just gives up too many pounds to get over that calf that wins today.
Another really nice single entry here. A bull that you really got to appreciate his strength, the lines. He's extremely attractive. The way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He too is a bull that's really rugged in terms of his bone. He's square about his hip. He's a bull that's extremely stout in terms of that lower part of his stifle. If you're going to change him, you might like to make him just a little more flexible off of both ends. But a bull that's got an extreme amount of balance and eye appeal. A bull that can be used in a lot of scenarios.
In your Moderator Lowline Bull Show, Class 25 was won by entry number 78, D.A. Preacher, shown by Allenbaum Farms of Trenton, Missouri.
Two nice steers over here in our Belted Galloway show. Calves that are starting to get up towards that terminal weight. Calf that wins it to me, extremely complete. Love the balance and the eye appeal, the depth of rib, the carcass merit about this steer here. Just puts everything together in an extremely nice package. The calf comes out in second, an extremely long spine calf for this young lady, but again, a calf that I talked about before on structure. We see his structure and movement. I'd like to just free him up and correct him on his structure on those hind wheels, but it's super nice steer to win this class.
Really nice smoke bull here to lead off this Moderator class. A bull on the stands got a tremendous amount of balance and look and symmetry. He's extremely powerful through his hip. I really like the spring and power through that rib cavity. He too is a bull. It's got some length out in terms of his front. If you're going to change him ever so slightly, you might like to change the way he sets down on that rear foot just ever so slightly. He maybe wants to set on the outside of his toe just a notch, but that's getting awful picky. Young ladies, black bull comes out in 2. A bull I love in terms of his length of body. He's extremely stout in terms of his bone. He stands out to circumference of foot. He's a bull that's got, if you're going to change him, you'd like to change him how he comes out that hip. It kind of affects him in terms of his structure. It makes him come out of his skeleton just ever so slightly. You just like to balance him up there, but a very productive kind of a bull. Love the extra length of body in the red bull that comes out next. A bull works a big old forearm. He's extremely bold sprung in his rib cavity. He's got a lot of stifle to him. Just gets a bit more tubular in terms of his rib, gets a little more cut up in terms of that heart, and a little tighter in terms of his flank.
Your winners in Class 26, the Moderator Lowline Bulls, entry number 80, won that class. MRG Avalanche, shown by Siegel Sunset Ranch, Cadet, Wisconsin. In second place was entry number 83, WDL Kerosene ET6T, or 6C, was shown by Crazy Town Lowlines of Roswell, New Mexico, and W Diamond Livestock Company, Roswell, New Mexico. And third place was entry number 75, HYB Ace of Diamonds C2, shown by Canterbury Hybrid Genetics, Petersburg, Illinois. We're now selecting our Grand Champion Moderator Bull and Reserve Grand Champion Moderator Bull. We will not stop for pictures now until we finish the show through the steer show. So we will go through all of the bulls before we and steers before we stop for pictures.
A really nice group of bulls out here for your champion moderator. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. The bull out of the first class, he hits you quite hard in terms of ring presence. Bull, it's just very, very highly presented in terms of the way he's groomed and shown. A bull, it's just got a tremendous amount of balance and look. He's deep from flank to flank. He's very level out in terms of his hip. He's stout in terms of his bone. Just a very attractive calf. If I was going to change him, I'd like to see him have just a little more flex and give off that rear hock when we get him back out here. But in terms of balance and symmetry standpoint, you can draw one much better than this. Just an excellent job of presenting this calf as well. The bull I really like here out of the second class, a bull that excels in terms of his structural soundness. A bull, when you set him in motion, he's almost flawless when he gets out and walks. He hits the same hole off that back foot as he does on his front. He's got a tremendous amount of depth of rib. He's long and extended about his neck. He too is a bull that has some width and dimension down the lower part of his quarter. He carries it well over his top. Just an extremely functional kind of a bull. Maybe when he first comes in, he doesn't quite hit you as hard as some of these others, but I think when you get to analyze him just a bullet, you really got to appreciate the overall mass that he has in terms of, then too, when we set him in motion, to have that kind of mass, the bull can really get out and go. Nothing to take nothing away from the next bull. He's a bull that's extremely attractive. He's extremely level in terms of his lines. I like the extra power and dimension he possesses in terms of his hip. He's a bull maybe in this lineup, his best step, especially in front of the bull in front of him, bull behind him. He gets a bit more tubular in terms of that rib. He gets a bit tighter in terms of his heart, but I like that extra length and I like that dimension that he has in terms of his overall muscle shape. Really like this smoky bull out of the last class. Just a cutability type of a bull. Bull that's got a tremendous turning shape to that top and across that loin edge. He's a bull that's really rugged in terms of his bone. He's a bull that's got some power in terms of his forearm. He's a bull, like I said, when we set him in motion, he gets just a bit restricting, maybe wants to set down just a notch on the outside of that toe, but an excellent individual. 4 outstanding bulls out here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and I'll show you which one I like the best.
as we pick your champion steer here on the Belted Galloway side, I think it comes down to two steers for me. The steer out of the first class there, he's kind of a freak. Whether it be a Belted Galloway or any other type of steer, he's really freaky fronted, he's freaky thick. Boy, a lot of red meat when you look at that calf, and a lot of style when you look at that calf. If I could change him maybe a little bit when we actually get up and analyze this calf, I'd like to just true him up in the squareness out through that hip. I'd like to see him flow together from his cool neck into his shoulder and give him just a tick more rib and square him up out over that hip, but super ultra thick and freaky fronted calf, one that's certainly in contention. Our next one we go into contention is the one out of the third class here. A calf that doesn't blow you away in any one category, but certainly very complete, very balanced, strong out over that top, adequate in its thickness, good coverage, just a whole lot of goodness in this calf. Maybe not the freak that we see in the first calf, but an extremely sound calf, extremely complete calf. With that being said, I'll go pick your champion in your reserve.
Shown by Lily Ford from Larwell, Indiana. And our reserve goes to entry number 1, CMCCEX Crown, shown by Cody Mays out of Baltimore, Oklahoma.
Really nice bull to start the purebred show off with, this Baldy bull. I really like in terms of his softness of kind. He's a bull that's very attractive out in terms of his front and head. He's a bull that's got some width and dimension. When you get behind him, he stands out in some substance bone. If you're going to change him, you like to square him up just a tick from hooks to pins, but a bull that's extremely sound in the feet and legs, and just a beautiful length to that front and cleanliness to that jaw.
To catch up here on the Moderator Bull Show, our champion bull in the Moderator Lowline Bull Show was entry number 76. Entry 76 is TCS Mr. Jack 1D, shown by Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. The reserve bull was entry 72, TNT Glitter Sparky, shown by TNT Cattle Company of Mansfield, Ohio. Then our champion purebred bull, the only bull in the purebred division, entry 85 DA Ricochet, shown by Allenbaugh Farms of Trenton, Missouri. We're now ready for our first class of full-blood lowline bulls.
Just a single entry out here to start your Appendix Belted Galloway show, but certainly a female that could stand a lot of competition. We love the length of the side and depth of body and spring of rib in this female. Gets out and moves quite well. Heifer that we certainly will enjoy comparing with some more females, and as she could stand a lot more competition.
Two really nice bulls here. The bull I chose to start with, I think, excels in terms of just a simple masculinity standpoint. He's a bull that's quite a bit bolder, sprung in terms of his rib. He's got a lot more muscle shape when we get behind him. Really like the stoutness of bone. He's a bull that's got a big old forearm in him. A bull that's really level in terms of his lines. If I was going to change him, I'd like to tidy him up just a notch in terms of his sheath, maybe make him just a niche longer in terms of his neck, but an outstanding individual. Not taking nothing away from the bull in two, a bull I really like in terms of his extra amount of length of spine. I like his length of cannon and his growth curve. He's a bull that's really clean about his front. He's really balanced in terms of his look. Just gets outpowered in terms of a substance of bone standpoint and overall with a skeleton standpoint.
Another single entry over here on the belted side in this appendix deal, but a female that just wows you when she comes in. That depth of rib and spring of rib, the overall just massive female here. We could change her. Maybe we'd like to give her a little more angle up through that shoulder and kind of lean her down a little bit. I'd recommend as you come back in for the overall, don't get lazy and just let her walk with that head down. When she gets that head up, she's a whole different female, but certainly another female that can stand a lot of competition as we continue with this appendix show.
In the Lowline Full-Blood Show, your Class 29 was also your Spring Bull Calf Champion, entry number 87, FCC Night Shift, owned by Fanning Cattle Company, and the Reserve entry 86, HCK Joy, owned by Hidden Creek Farm.
Another really nice single entry here. Could stand a lot of competition. A bull that you really got to like in terms of his depth of rib. He's really balanced from his heart to his flank. He too is a bull that's really strong about his top line. He stands out in some substance of bone. He's a bull if I was going to change. He gets just a bit twisted in terms of his front forelimbs. And I definitely like to maybe power him up, give him just a little more width across his pins and a little more power through that loin edge.
That is your Junior Bull Calf Champion in the Lowline Full-Blood Show. 88 is the entry number, UF Recharge 03D, shown by the University of Findlay.
Bull I chose to start with here in this class, a bull I really got to like in terms of his strength of lines. He's extremely strong about that top line. He's a bull that's got an extreme amount of balance and ring presence. He's a bull too. When we get behind him, he's definitely got some width and dimension down his top and down through his quarter. He possesses some width through that chest floor. If I was going to change him, I'd like to tighten him up just a notch in terms of that sheath. And I'd like to see him have just a little more angulation through that shoulder. He gets just a little straighter in terms of that shoulder blade, but extremely extremely nice made bull with a lot of look. Young lady's bull comes out into a bull I like in terms of his structural correctness. He's probably got a little more flex and give off that front end, but when the bull, when we get to analyze him, he gets a little tighter in terms of that flank, and I'd like to balance him up just a little bit in terms of his side view and strengthen him in that top line just a notch.
Your senior bull calf champion comes out of class 31. That's entry 91, UF Bruiser 39C, shown by the University of Findlay. Reserve senior bull calf champion 95, Bruno Farms Bricklayer, shown by Rachel Duffy, Pontiac, Illinois.
As we pick your champion in your appendix deal here, we've got two high quality females and two very different kind of females. The black female that came out of the first class, she's got a little extra skeletal growth about her. She's a little cleaner fronted, but super good female. Extra length of rib there, adequate in her thickness, depth of body, gets out and moves nice enough for us. Just a super nice female here with a little extra shot of skeleton. We get into our dun colored female, our solid female here. She's a tank. Could she be a little more extended out through that front end? Could she be a little leaner? She could be. Is she big enough for some? I'm sure. I'm not a Belted Galloway breeder. I'm a cattle marketer by trade, and both of these females have a lot of good about them. So I'm not here to tell you that you need to have a bigger one or a smaller one. We need good cattle, and we certainly have good cattle in both of these. As I compare them and I analyze them and I decide which one I would take home, which one I'd like to make a cow out of. I'd like to make a cow out of both of them, but I do have to make a decision, and there is one that hits me just a little bit harder as we study her, just a little more thickness, a little more red meat in this calf, and granted I'd like to change and maybe freshen up this solid one, but your solid female is going to be your champion female and your black female be your reserve. And let's give these appendix breeders a round of applause.
Two really nice bulls here in this class. The bull I chose to start with, he simply excels. When we set him in motion, he's got a little more reach and give off of both ends. He too excels in terms of the length of side standpoint. He's a bull that's really fresh in terms of his presentation. He's a bull that's really rugged in terms of his bone. He's really level out in terms of that hip, got that extra width and dimension down through that chest floor, and he works a big old forearm. If I was going to change him, I like to drop him down just a tick in terms of his flank, maybe lengthen him out just a notch in terms of his hip, but a really nice bull. Young lady's bull in second, a bull on the stand. I really like this bull. I like him in terms of his overall depth of rib. I like the way his balance of his rib from heart to flank. He too is a bull that's really strong about that top line. He's a bull that's got some forearm in him. He's a bull though, when you get to watching him get out and go, he just tends to come out of himself just a notch off that rear end. You'd like to see him just a little more mobile as he comes out of his hip and then on to hock to ground.
In your full-blood lowline show, the summer yearling champion bull is entry number 90. That is CRF Chatham Choice, shown by Chatham Ridge Farm, Old Chatham, New York, and Fanning Cattle Company, Cordova, Illinois. Reserve is entry number 97, UF Uptown 28, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio.
A lot of give and take in these two bulls, and variance in type and kind. A lot of good things in both of them. The bull I chose to start with, where I think he excels, is just in terms of a simple structural soundness standpoint. I feel he'll be a bull that'll last a few more years out breeding cows probably. He's a bull that's got a nice soft belly in him. He's really easy fleshing kind of a bull. He's really strong and straight about his lines. He's a bull that's got a nice angle to that shoulder. He's got some flex and give off that rear hock. He is a bull, if I was going to change it, definitely like to power him up, give him just a little more width across his pins and down that top, but a bull that's just really mobile. The bull into a bull I love in terms of his balance and look and symmetry. He's a bull that's got that extra amount of muscle down his top and down through that quarter. He's a bull who he's almost too correct in terms of his lines, and I think that affects his movement. He's so strong about that top line, he doesn't have quite as much give and flex the way he comes out the top of his top down into his shoulder blade and the way he hits the ground. But he is a bull that's got an extreme amount of look and balance and muscle shape, just like to loosen him up in terms of his structure off of both ends and maybe give him just a little, relax him in that spine.
Your junior champion full-blood bull is entry number 102 CABB Vector, shown by Cab Farms of Lexington, Ohio. And the reserve is entry number 103 UF Heisman 20C, owned by and shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio.
Two really nice bulls here. The bull I chose to start with, a bull I like quite well. A bull that's got an extra amount of length of body. He's a bull that's got some width and dimension when you get behind him. He's definitely got some extra power through that center part of his rib cavity. And he's also an attractive bull to look at from the profile. He's straight in terms of his lines. He's clean in terms of his front. He's a bull that you just got to like his overall masculinity and herd bull look. And that where he excels the bull into is in terms of his length of hip. He's definitely quite a bit longer from his pins back. Just a really sound, functional breeding kind of a bull. Really nice bull. Comes out in two. A bull I like in terms of his depth of rib and his overall fleshing ability. He's a bull that's got some strength of lines. He's a bull, when I get to analyzing, though, I'd like to change. I'd like to see him set down to a little more flex and give off that rear hock. I'd like to lengthen him out just a notch in terms of his side view, in terms of his length of spine. Maybe tighten him up just a tick in terms of his chest, but another really outstanding kind of a bull.
In Class 34 of the full-blood lowline show, entry number 108 is your class winner. That is WDL Diesel ET48B, shown by Courtney Walker of Roswell, New Mexico. In second place is entry 107, UF Bedlam 34B, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio.
Pretty challenging class. There's two pretty good big bulls here. A lot of give and take in them. The bull I chose to start with is a bull where he looks the best is when he's on the move. He pulls himself together quite nicely. He's a bull that's really strong about his lines, just flawless in terms of his feet and leg structure. He reaches out, hits his holes. He's a bull too that has an added amount of depth of rib and depth of flank. He's got some width and dimension down through the lower part of his quarter. I will say he's a bull maybe gets just a little earlier maturing through his neck and his head for me, but a bull, I think when you get him on the move, that's where you just really got to appreciate him. He just kind of comes together and just balances himself out, and he's actually quite a bit more attractive when he's in motion compared to when he's standing. The bull in two, I love in terms of his length of body. He's a bull that excels the bull in one in terms of his length of front. I like the way he comes out of the top of his shoulder there and his neck. I like he's cleanlier in his crest. He is a bull though, gets a little tighter in terms of his flank. Maybe wants to tuck his hind leg up under him just ever so slightly, makes him drop his pins just a tick. But two outstanding big bulls. I wouldn't argue with anybody if you could place them two bulls either way.
In Class 35, the first place bull is entry 110, RF Impressive, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. And in second is entry 113. 113 is UF Hotshot 19B, exhibited by the University of Findlay, Ohio. We are now selecting our senior full-blood champion bull.
Extremely nice set of big bulls out here for this division. Two outstanding class winners, two very nice seconds. The bull out of the first class, a bull that you really got to like in terms of the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's a bull that stands out in some substance of bone. He's got some added length of body. He's got some width and dimension down his top. He stands out with some width of chest floor. If you're going to change him, you'd like to relax the way he comes out that hip and down to that hind leg, maybe drop him down just a tick in terms of his flank, but an outstanding kind of a bull. It's got a lot of balance. And look, the bull out of two, the second class, a bull that you got to love when he's in motion. This bull is about as sound as you can make a big bull. He's got reaches out with a nice fluid stride, and he actually, I think he's quite a bit more attractive when we set him in motion. He picks up his top, maybe kind of gets his neck and head out of his shoulder there. Just extremely flawless in terms of his feet and legs. I don't think I've seen a bull move that quite athletically in a long time. He is a bull that gets a little plainer in terms of his look compared to the bulls behind him, and in front of him, but a bull that's got a tremendous amount of depth and doability. A bull that I think has got a lot of longevity to him. Like I said, definitely like to change the way he's just a bit cresty in terms of his neck, maybe gets just a little plainer about his head, but extremely sound individual. And two very nice second place bulls that are very rugged and massive, just four outstanding individuals. A lot of reason I think this breed's becoming very popular is these four big bulls like this. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll select your champion, and I'll pick your reserve.
Your senior champion full-blood bull is entry number 110, RF Impressive, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. Reserve senior champion bull, they come out of the same class 35, is entry 113, UF Hotshot 19B, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio. Now we will select the grand champion full-blood bull.
Two really nice heifer calves to start your Belted Galloway show here. The young lady's calf I'm going to start with, boy, when she hits the ring here, she's the one that's got that extra eye appeal. She's a presentation on her is extremely good. When she first hits me, she's fighting this young lady. I'd certainly like to maybe deepen her up in that flank just a little bit, give her a little bit more red meat. But she's a heifer that's just got an extra rib about her, super presentation, super look about her, really extended out through that front end. You like the angle, like to maybe change her off of those hind wheels, but I think again that was more this heifer just fighting this young lady. The young man's heifer that comes in second here, extremely close in my mind. I like the softness, but when we get this heifer in motion, she wants to roach up in that top just a little bit more than our heifer that wins the class when she's out there and not fighting. But two really nice heifers with a very bright future in front of them, and we'll look forward to seeing some more competition.
I'd like to thank the American Lowlines for having me come judge their show. It's been a great pleasure and honor. We're actually showing cattle today in 2 different breeds. That's how much of an honor it is to get me to walk away from our stalls, get to judge here on the green sawdust. I think the Lowline show as a whole has been just extremely impressive. The females just really blow you away, and extremely nice set of bulls. Sometimes you don't have many numbers of bulls, but this is a top quality set out here. All bulls that are got a lot of use, I think, to the industry. The bull out of the first class, a bull I love in terms of his ring presence. He's extremely well balanced. He's extremely straight lined. He's a bull that's really neat and correct out through his front. You can't really draw one much better than this one from the side view. And when you get behind him, he's definitely adequate in terms of his muscle shape. If you're going to change him, he gets just a bit straight from hock to ground off the rear end. You'd like to maybe tighten him up just a tick in terms of his sheath, but extremely attractive, soft middle kind of a bull that's got a bright future. Young lady's bull out of the second division bull. It's got a tremendous amount of length of body. He's really clean about that front, really tight about his sheath. He too has just a tremendous amount of balance and look from the side. Maybe when you get behind him, you'd like to power him up just a notch, give him just a little more lower stifle and jump muscle, maybe free him up just to tick out that hock, but another really well-balanced bull. The bull out of the third division, he too is a bull that's got a lot of ring presence. He's really youthful about that front. Really like that depth of flank in that bull. As a bull that's really correct out the way out of his hip. Just really, really ultra clean about that front, and the way his neck comes out of the top part of his shoulder. If you're going to change him, he gets maybe just a bit erect off them front 4 limbs. You might like 2 to tighten him up in his sheath, but just a well-balanced kind of a correct kind of a bull. Powerhouse bull comes out here next, and the 4, he's no question the heaviest muscled bull. He's got the most turning shape to his top. He's the most explosive in terms of his stifle. He is a bull that when we set him in motion, he gets quite a bit more restricted maybe than some of the other division winners. He gets maybe a notch more tubular in terms of his rib cage, maybe gets a bit more cut up in his flank. But if you want a bull that's got muscle, a bull that's got a tremendous amount of loin edge, this is the bull for you. He's got a tremendous amount of meat and muscle in him. Just a really nice kind of individual. Really complete bull here out of the next division of bulls. You got to appreciate his depth and his softness. He's a bull that's just kind of, he didn't blow you away in any aspect, but he just excelled his class in terms of more of just being an overall balance of traits. He's a bull that's sound, he's functional, he's got some length, maybe gets a little plainer in terms of his look. You'd like to power him up just notch in terms of his bone. The senior champion bull, a bull where you got to like him is when you set him in motion. This bull can get out and walk. He pulls himself together. Like I said, I've never really seen one that gets more attractive and more balanced when he's in motion than this bull does. I think it lengthens his front out. You might like to freshen him up just a notch, maybe, I think might help him, but you ain't going to get one much sounder, more athletic than that bull. And to go along with that, he's definitely got some width and dimension. He's got some fleshing ability and doability. Just maybe a little cresty, maybe a little plain about that front, but that's getting pretty picky on keeping a big bull that sound. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you which one I like the best.
We got 3 very high-quality females over here on the Belted Galloway side. The young man who we're going to lead off this class with, here's the combination balance heifer in this class. She's probably got the best presentation about her, but when we analyze this female out on the move and structure and from the side there, we like the way she flows from her head and neck. We like the angle in that shoulder. We like the way she flows from her shoulder and her neck into her center body cavity. She's square out over that hip there. Just a very nice, balanced, structurally sound kind of female. Female that comes in second here very much follows the type and kind. She's a deep-bodied, soft-middled type of female. For me, she just maybe gives up a little bit of that overall balance, and the way she flows into that head and neck, into that shoulder, just not quite as smooth as our class winner, but another really soft, deep-middled cowie type of female to come in second there. Young lady with the dun heifer here in third, really long spine female, gets a little tubular, maybe gives up a little bit of that lower body cavity, just gets a little more restricted on its feet and legs and the movement to get up any higher above those 2 really good heifers to start off the class.
Your grand champion full-blood lowline bull is entry number 110. That is RF Impressive, shown by Riverwood Farms of Powell, Ohio. The reserve grand champion full-blood bull, entry 113, UF Hotshot 19B, shown by the University of Findlay, Ohio.
Just a single entry in your Belted Galloway class here, but an extremely nice female, extremely sound. Love her in her joint and structure there. Love the condition of this female. She's got a very bright future ahead of her. Like the depth of body and cowiness about her. We can maybe just stouten her up a little bit, but she is a nice, feminine, sound, structured female, very deserving of a first place in this class. Just another single entry over here, but here's a super deep-sided, square-hipped, good long-fronted kind of female. Boy, a female that could certainly stand a lot of competition. When we get her out on the move, yes, maybe she likes to drip that loin just a little bit, but certainly a female that can stand a lot of competition.
And our late senior heifer.
Three real nice steers here. Really close placing, I think, here on the top end. I'm still a believer you always pick the pounds heavy one because we still sell them by pounds. That's where this calf excels, I think, in my mind. He too is quite a bit. He's about a rib longer than the calf in second. He's ultra clean about that front, and very youthful and very attractive the way he comes out of that shoulder blade. He's a steer too. It's got a tremendous amount of turn and shape to his top and to his twist. If I was going to change him, I'd definitely like to change the way he sets down in his rear ankle. He tends to want to rock up just a notch in terms of his pastern, but an extremely eye-appealing, highly presented steer. Young man steer in second, a steer I really like in terms of his overall depth of rib and feeding ability. In all reality, I think this steer's probably got a lot more top and loin in him than the steer in first. But when we get analyzing him from a side view, he's quite a bit shorter in terms of his spine length. He's a little bit shorter in terms of his hip, and he's got a little age variation. The calf's a month older ahead of him, so that makes a big difference. But two are very, very outstanding calves in a close place. And young ladies, purebred calf on the end, a calf I really like in terms of his length of neck. He's very sound and functional, just don't have the overall mass and muscle, especially across that loin and over that chine as the two steers ahead of him.
Results in your Class 36 Moderator Prospect Steer calves. First is entry 116, WWW Dexter 49D, shown by Mackenzie Bergen of Paris, Illinois. Second place, entry 114, CCCC Timmy 2, shown by Cassidy Creek Cattle Company, Carlisle, Kentucky. In third place, entry 119, 4D Garth Hoofs, shown by Rachel Duffy, Pontiac, Illinois.
Super good female to start off this Belted Galloway class here. Female just super rugged in her design. Just love the bone and the belly and the way this female flows into that head, neck, and shoulder. Just really puts everything together extremely, extremely nicely. Heifer that comes in second, giving up a lot of weight per day of age. I'd certainly like to change this female a little bit on her hind wheels there. She wants to get them up underneath of her a little bit. Maybe give this female a little bit of bone, but certainly like the freshness and the length of skeleton that this female has. Just ran into an extremely powerful, good female to start the class.
Really nice single entries here. A steer that's 1,100 and some pounds. When you put your hands on him, he's got a nice finish. He's got a nice cover over that loin edge. He's a steer that's extremely stout in terms of his bone. He stands out to circumference of foot. He's definitely adequate in terms of his muscle shape. He's got some width to his chest floor. Might like to drop him down just a notch in terms of his flank, clean him up in terms of his sheath, but a very outstanding fast steer.
Your class winner in Class 37 of the Moderator steers is entry 128, EBC Bow Milkman 10C, shown by Rachel Duffy of Pontiac, Illinois. Now we will select the Grand Champion Moderator steer. Then we have one more class, and that's the Supreme Champion Lowline exhibit.
Three real nice steers back out here. This is a little bit challenging to judge. On just simple frame size, and then they're all different stages basically of their end point. The young lady with steer up front, a very highly presented steer. A steer when you analyze him in terms of show ring look, he's the one that excels. He's the one that's got he's ultra clean about that neck. He's stout in terms of his bone. He's really straight, and in terms of his lines and symmetry. He maybe, if you were going to change him, you'd like to maybe give him just a little more power in the center part of that rib cavity, maybe power him up through that chest floor, and maybe straighten him out just a notch when we say in motion that ankle. But in terms of ring presence and just wow factor, he's the one that kind of hits you pretty hard. Just an extremely nice calf. Young lady's calf out of the second class. Just a really functional made kind of a steer I like in terms of his extra length of body, his strength of lines, the way he holds himself together when we set him in motion. He too is a steer, stands out as the circumference of foot. He's a steer, doesn't wow you in any factor, but he's a steer that's just real complete. Young man, second place one, like we said, just a really easy feeding kind of a steer. Really square made kind of a calf out through that hip. He's got a lot of width and dimension, probably the biggest loin calf of all three calves out here. You will notice when we set him in motion, he's almost a little bit too wide, or the way he's set in terms of his pins, maybe a little too square, because he tends to get out of himself just a little bit when he's in motion, but a really soft, easy feeding kind of a calf. Flip of a coin decision here. I think you could use any one of these three, no matter how you talk them. I'll go out and show you which one I like the best. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your grand champion moderator steer is entry number 116, WWW Dexter 49D, shown by Mackenzie Bergen of Paris, Illinois. And out of the same class is your reserve grand champion moderator steer, entry 114, CCC Timmy 2, shown by Cassidy Creek Cattle Company, Carlisle, Kentucky.
What a really good division to start your Belted Galloway show. Your first class winner here, one that just really catches your eye. She's super long-necked, a lot of eye appeal and balance there. If we could maybe change her off of those hind wheels, just soften her up in that belly a little bit, in that lower stifle there, just kind of deepen her up just a little bit, but certainly one with a lot of look and an extremely bright future about her. Love the freshness of her condition. Female that comes out of the second class, maybe doesn't wow you like some of the ones on either end of her, but super complete female here. Female that's got some depth of body, she gets around, she walks on a good feet and good structure. Heifer that, like I said, doesn't wow you, but certainly a super complete female out here, and one that I think we probably need to have in contention out here. Another one that we'd like to condition on. Heifer that comes out of the third class there, a heifer that gives up some mass and some power on heifers on either side of her, but certainly a good structured female. Love the joint and legs on this female. Another heifer right in her condition, probably just gives up some power and some depth and some cowiness of females on either side of her. We get into the heifer out of the fourth class here, and here's a heifer that starts to wow you. She really loved the neck and the shoulder, the angle to that shoulder on this female, the way she blends into that shoulder and neck and into that deep body and square hip. We like the feet and leg structure on this female. I say I like the leg structure. If I could change this female a little bit, she's starting to get a little bit long in that toe for as young as she is, but here's a female that just super feminine, super complete, like a lot of things about her. Again, another female that's probably in contention out here. Heifer that comes out of the last class here, super rugged is the way we described her in class, and I think that's still the case. Super powerful female. Got a lot of top and rib, depth of body, a lot of bone in this female. She's a female that's starting to get we got her just a little heavy, and I think it shows it in that brisket. She's pushing a little extra brisket, but certainly a female that's performing quite well. She gets out and moves. We like the foot on the size of foot on this female here. Another heifer that's in contention. Really nice set of heifers out here. I'll go pick your champion and your reserve in this division. just a single entry on the Belted Galloway side here, but certainly a long-sided female, high-performing female. If we could change her, maybe we'd like to change her in that shoulder and just give her a little more femininity about that shoulder and clean her up in her joints, but certainly a high-performing, long-sided, long-skeleton female that could stand some more competition. Again, another single entry, but here's another high-performing female that really puts a lot of things together in a nice package. I like the way she blends from her shoulder and neck into her midsection, out into that hip heifer that stands on a world of bone, and big-footed female that can certainly stand a lot more competition, and we'll see that here later in the division. Another deep-sided single entry here, a female that certainly a world of performance, and love the depth of body and length of side in this female. Here's a female again, though, is maybe we could freshen her up and change that angle through that front shoulder there, and just freshen her up and give her a little more femininity. But another high-performing Belted Galloway female that can stand a lot more competition. Another single entry out here, and female that's got a world of depth of body. We really like the femininity about that front end. She's pushing a little extra condition, but she carries it well because of the proper angle that she has about that shoulder. Heifer that when you get out there and get behind her, boy, she's really got a world of top in her. Heifer that's good bone, big bellied, and we'll see her back here later in the division.
This is pretty tough here. After we get these cattle back out here, I'm extremely happy with these champions. This is a heck of a lineup of animals, all the way from percentage to purebred to full blood. Just shows what kind of quality of breeders and exhibitors you have in this breed. Just an outstanding group of cattle out here. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause on a very top quality show. I think you could pick any one of these and justify what you're doing. I'm the type of person I always give the edge. A lot of times I'd say to the bull, because it's tough to get a good bull when everybody's got good heifers, in my opinion. There was a lot of heifers. If you had a guy that wanted a little different type, you could have had a lot of different heifers out here probably as your champions. Not that I'm not saying that them heifers aren't good, because I think they're phenomenal, the ones we got out here, especially the full blood heifer I just really love. But there's one individual out here I think kind of puts the most things together for me in terms of a look, and structure and muscle, and kind of a combination of a show ring look plus a real world look. With this, I'll go out and select that individual as your supreme. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause on an extremely, extremely top quality set of animals.
Your Supreme Champion Lowline exhibit is entry number 76. Comes out of the Moderator Bull Division. Entry number 76 is TCS Mr. Jack 1D, shown by Tummins Cattle Company, Gallatin, Missouri. I believe we do have some group classes. So if you want to bring your get of sire into the ring, we'll judge for the get of sire. So here is the lineup of the group classes. First will be the get of sire, and I think that's 3 animals. Excuse me. Then we will have produce a dam, and then we'll have a breeders group of 4, bred and owned, and then a best 5 head owned by an exhibitor.
As we get these single entries out here on the Belted Galloway side and we get them in the ring here, and we've got some comparison. The young lady that comes in from the first class, probably one of the fresher females out here from a condition standpoint. With that being said, and she's a good high-performing female, we'd like to give her a little bit more bone. We'd like to change the flow from this female from front to back as she goes from her head and neck and shoulder. We like the way put her together in a better, smoother fashion, if you will. Give her a little more depth of body, but certainly a long-sided female, and very fresh in her condition. Female that comes out of the second class, here's another long-sided, square-hipped female. World of bone and depth in this female here. Just super massive in her bone and her foot. Really long-sided, gets out and moves quite well. If we could change her up just a little bit, we'd certainly like to deepen her up just a little bit more. But another heifer that's super fresh in her condition, handles it quite well. Another very extremely nice female here. Young man's heifer that comes out of the third class here. Here's a deep, powerful, thick kind kind of female, but if we could change her, here's females, we get into the latter half of this division, females that are starting to carry a little more weight. And with her shoulder design, the straightness in that shoulder, if we give her a little more angle to that shoulder, as she starts to put more weight on, it starts to affect her structure. She's starting to push a little more brisket. Not quite as attractive and as feminine as maybe we'd like to see in a female, but certainly a nice, deep, thick kind of female. Female that comes out of the last class here. Here's another female pushing a little extra pounds on her, but as we study this female and the angle that she has in that shoulder and her overall structure, she's got the correct structure to handle those few extra pounds. Super big topped female with a world of depth of body. I like the foot shape on this female as we study this female. She's not only big boned, but she's big footed and she's good footed. Match that with the big top and the depth of body and the correct structure. I think we have a pretty easy division winner here in this young lady. You can go ahead and pull yours right on out. And we're going to use her to win this division. It gets a little closer for me down here for reserve, but I think as we analyze the ones that are left in the structure and the balance, I think the heifer that comes out of our second division is a pretty easy reserve division for me. Let's give these Belted Galloway exhibitors a big round of applause. Just a single entry out here for this young man in this class and this division. A super long spine female, big top and plenty of muscle in this female. Certainly we'll see her out here in the final drive for some more competition, but extremely high, powerful female for this young man.
Here's the results of your group classes in the Lowline show. The Get of Sire was won by TNT on the progeny of Willie. Second place went to Tummins Cattle Company on the progeny of Mr. Jack, and third was the University of Findlay, the progeny of Rusty. The produce of Dam, first TNT. The dam is Glitter, and second was W. Diamond Cattle Company on the progeny of Heloise. The best forehead bred and owned first went to CAB Cab, and second went to the University of Findlay, as well as the best five-head exhibit went to CAB, and second, the University of Findlay. Well, that concludes the Lowline show here at the North American. Certainly, we want to thank Chad Wilson from Cloverdale, Indiana, for judging our show. We want to thank Heather Fanning for helping put this show on, and all of the help that the Eastern Lowline Association does to put this show on. We thank everyone involved. So, what a good show. We'll see you next year. Thank you very much.
As we get ready to pick your champion here in your Belted Galloway drive, really outstanding set of females out here. Female that comes out of the first division here, we just described her as being super rugged in her design. Love the bone this female has, like the depth of body, just really balanced female, super complete female. If we could change this female just a little bit, we'd maybe give her a little more angle to that shoulder, a little more freshness up through that, a little more femininity up through that front end. But here's a super rugged female, a big bone female, just super complete. Heifer that comes out of our second division here, super powerful female, really deep-bodied, big topped female. Maybe not as superly presented as our heifer in front of her today. And here's a heifer that when we get these cattle out on the motion, boy, this heifer really, she doesn't struggle. She just naturally puts that foot and reaches out and puts those feet, and just, I love the way this female strides. With that being said, when this young lady shows this heifer, I think they got such a good rapport that when they go out in motion, they go out in motion, and she kind of gets that head down, and the heifer just looks like she's kind of there. With that being said, as soon as that heifer stops, that head does go up, and I appreciate that. And that's what, again, we talked about this heifer being a little heavy in her condition, maybe pushing a few extra pounds, but because of her superior structural design, I think she carries those pounds extremely well. Another heifer, as we compare those, I guess those are the two differences I see in those females. Certainly some really good females on down the line here, long-sided females, females that have some thickness, females that have some or female that wins the last division, super long spine female, really powerful, thick kind of female. Probably gives up some structure to get over the two heifers in front of her today. We get into our brown heifer, our dun heifer here, super angular female, probably the freshest female in the lineup. Love the femininity, love the balance and design of this female. Probably just gives up a little bit of power to get into the champion lineup for me, but if she's a female that you like, I could certainly understand why you would like this female, why you would like the freshness and the design and the overall makeup of this female. Female that comes a reserve in the second division there, another long-sided, super good kind of female, big boned female. Again, just gives up probably some depth of body and overall balance to get up in the champion lineup here in the champion of reserve spots. There's two females that I think I like extremely well, and I'll go show you which two that I like for champion and reserve. But put your hands together for these Belted Galloways breeders, junior breeders, for an outstanding set of females. As we start your junior showmanship deal here, put your hands together for all these 8, 9, 10-year-olds, young kids coming out here. You know, I believe showmanship's a team sport. It takes the showman having a good day, and it takes the animal having a good day. And I think the two young ladies that come to the top of the class here, their teammates, both of the teammates, both themselves and their animals, help them propel to the top of this class extremely easy. Young lady that's going to win the class. I talked to her in championship lineup about maybe holding that heifer's head up a little bit. Came back in here for showmanship class, and she was paying attention because she was doing it. I really love the way this young lady just walks. When she stops this heifer and walks that heifer right into it, she doesn't move a lot of feet. When she stops, she gets that head up, and in showman terms, she nails it, and she nails it quick. Does an extremely nice job. Young lady that comes in next year, we gave her a couple of pointers. Another, I love the way I love her fashion, I love her sportsmanship, and we talked to her about maybe some things that she can do to help hide the flaws in her heifer. But two really, really good showmen up there at the top of this class. As we round out the class, some young men and young ladies down here that understand their cattle, work extremely well with their cattle. For me, we need to work on feet and leg placement and do it a little bit quicker to get them up higher, but certainly an extremely good class of young showmen and a bright future for this breed. As we move on in showmanship here, this division, it's tough. There's good kids all the way down through here, from the top individual to sixth down here. There's 4 or 5 that I think could come back and compete for overall drive, but we got to have a winner, and we got to have some that don't come to the top. I'm going to invite both these two showmen to come back for the Supreme Champion Drive. And like I told them, I said, you know, neither one of you are necessarily first or second, and when you come back for the Supreme Drive, young lady who's technically standing here in the second hole now, she could very easily get past that young man. We'll see how they do in the Supreme Showman lineup, but extremely good class of showmen here. And when it gets down to it, it's getting them set up a little bit quicker, walking them into it. We talked with one young lady about some ring presence. You know, I heard the comment a couple times in the last 2 classes from the gallery back here, you know, they holler out, keep your eye on the judge, keep your eye on the judge. Well, that's fine and dandy, but you also need to keep your eye on the animal that's in front of you. And when you walk into the animal in front of you, then it didn't do much good to keep your eye on the judge. She's laughing about it now, and I appreciate that. But really an excellent, excellent class of junior showmen. And I think another day, another time, even tomorrow, it could get flipped very easily. And please put your hands together for an excellent set of showmen.
Really nice heifer here to start the mini Herford show off with. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal. A heifer that's really ultra clean about that front. She too is a heifer that's just got a tremendous balance in terms of lines and symmetry. She stands out in some substance of bone. She stands out in some circumference of foot. Just a really eye appealing female. If I was going to change her, might like to change her just a notch off that hind leg. She maybe wants to hock in just ever so slightly. Maybe drop her down just a little bit in terms of her rib, but extremely high quality female here to lead the show off with.
Another really good class of showmen in your Belted Galloway showmanship class here. I'm only going to invite one young man back for our final drive, and that's not to take anything away from any of the other showmen out there. This young man here, when some of the things that really strike me is, of course, he always has that animal set up, and he sets her up quick. But he does an excellent job of creating space. And it's not just coming in side by side, and it's not just knowing where you're going to stop or kind of having a good idea of the animal in front of you. But as we make the turn here, he lets those animals in front of him he kind of takes his time, and he lets those animals get out in front of him. And when it's time to walk, he shows that animal off, and he shows that animal off on the move. Does an extremely nice job. He'll have a lot of competition here in the final drive, but an extremely nice job by this young man. And again, not to take anything away from any of these other exhibitors, extremely nice job all the way down through the line, but I think as we talk about finding that extra pizzazz, creating a little bit of space to show your animal off, but really an excellent set of showmen, and put your hands together for all these showmen.
Another really nice class here on the miniature Herford side. The heifer I chose to start with, I think, excels in terms of length of body standpoint. She too is a heifer. When we set her in motion, she's got quite a bit more flex from hock to ground. I think she stands out in just a notch more circumference of foot. She's a little more flexible the way she comes out that ankle, especially off that rear end. She too is a female that's got some added width and dimension all the way through. She's a female that's got some spring and curvature to that rib cage. If I was going to change her, I might like to make her just a little cleaner out in terms of her front, but I like that extra length and I like her structural correctness. Young lady's heifer in 2, no question, a highly presented heifer. Really like the way this heifer's fit. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape. When we get behind her, she's really square about that hip. She's wide across that loin edge. She's really wide about her chine. She too is a female, has a just tremendous width through that chest floor. If I was going to change her though, she gets a bit erect off of both ends. I'd like to see her set down just a little softer off that hind leg, and I'd maybe like to make her just a rib longer in terms of her side view, give her just a more length of spine. really competitive class here on the mini Hereford side. All four of these heifers are really nice, little variance in type and kind. The heifer I chose to start with, I'd like to maybe lengthen her out just a little bit in terms of her side view compared to the 2 and 3. But when we get to analyzing this female, especially when we set her in motion, that's where she separates herself from the heifer in 2nd and 3rd. She's quite a bit more flexible off of both ends. 2, she represents the breed quite nicely. She's a female that's got an added amount of depth of rib and feeding ability. She's got some width and dimension down her top and down through her quarter. Extremely nicely balanced female. It's really straight in terms of her lines, really bold sprung about her rib cage. I'd just like maybe just make her just a notch longer compared to the 2nd, 3rd place heifers, but when we set her in motion, that she just separates. Really love the length of spine in this heifer in 2. I like the extra length out from her pins back. She too is a female, stands out in some substance of bone. She's really balanced in terms of her depth from flank to flank. She's a female. When we set her in motion, though, she gets a bit tighter from hock to ground. You might like to just power her up just a notch in terms of her bone work, but an extremely nice female. Really attractive female here on the stand. The heifer comes out in 3. A heifer I love in terms of her femininity, her length out in terms of her front. She's really clean about that neck. She too is a female. It has some tremendous power through that hip. She's square about it. She maybe gets just a notch too straight for me. When we set her in motion, she tends to struggle a little bit when we gets out and goes, but the heifer has a tremendous amount of balance and look to her. Maybe like to relax her just a notch in terms of her spine. Finish out with the horned heifer here. A heifer that's got a tremendous amount of dimension all the way through. She's really bold sprung about her rib cage. A heifer, maybe if you're going to change her, you just like to make her a little more feminine looking out through that front. She maybe gets just a bit weak in terms of her pasturing as well when we set her in motion. Another really nice heifer here, a single entry, could stand a lot of competition. A heifer, it's got a nice length and side view. A female, it's really powerful in terms of her hip and her bone. She heifer works a big old forearm. She heifer's definitely got some width and feeding ability through that chest. If you were going to change her, you might like to lengthen her out just a notch in terms of her neck, maybe freshen her up just a tick in terms of her condition, but extremely nice female.
The maybe Graham moment. Yeah. But a single entry in class 4, class 8 4, into 108. 4 Wiley Ring, Quartz Rock.
As we get into the last class, individual class of showmanship out here, 2 individuals that really do an outstanding job of knowing their animals, knowing their ring presence, getting the animals' feet set up to the best of their ability as quick as they can. And with that being said, I'm going to invite both of these individuals back for the final drive. The 2 young men that round out the class, nice job, extremely good with the stick and the feet placement, but just maybe tweak a few things to get them up any higher today, but another outstanding set of junior showmen.
Extremely nice lineup back out here for your junior show, champion miniature Herford. Let's give these kids a round of applause. I think all four of these class winners, they all are a little different in type and kind, but they have a lot of qualities and attributes. The heifer young ladies heifer out of the first class. In terms of a balance standpoint, female, it's got a tremendous amount of look. She's got some extra length and extension out in terms of her neck. Really nice swoop to her belly. She too is a female. It stands out in some substance bone. When you get to comparing her to maybe the heifers behind her, she maybe gets quite a bit base narrow compared to them, a little lighter in terms of her muscle shape, but she is a female, so has a tremendous amount of look. It's going to be a very competitive heifer for this young lady on down the road. Young lady's heifer out of the second class, a heifer I really like in terms of her overall depth of rib, her balance from flank to flank. She too is a female. It's really stout in terms of her bone. She stands out in some circumference of foot. When you get to analyzing her, the heifer ahead of her, the heifer behind her, she maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her side view than them two heifers. You'd maybe like to clean her up just a little bit through that jowl. She gets a little wastier there, but an extremely nice cow prospect too. Going to be a very competitive show heifer. Young man's heifer out of the third class, a very highly presented heifer. A heifer just kind of represents the Herefords quite well and a lot of the attributes. You can see she's a really easy fleshing kind of a female. She's got the extra depth and length of spine. She's level in terms of her lines. She too is a female. It's definitely adequate in terms of her muscle shape when we get behind her. Really like this heifer, an extra length from her pins back. If I was going to change her, she maybe wants to run downhill on us just ever so slightly in this lineup, but an extremely highly presented, very nice individual. Really stout female out of the last class, a female I love in terms of her depth of rib and fleshing ability. Really rugged in terms of her bone. She's a female, works a big old forearm. She too is a female that's got some width and dimension across that top. Maybe gets a little plainer out in terms of her front. You'd like to freshen her up just a notch in terms of her condition, but really rugged kind of a female, going to make a very nice cow. Let's give these individuals a round of applause, and I'll take one more look and then I'll select your champion.
Well, as we get ready to pick your Supreme Showman in the junior show, I'd like to take a moment to say thank you for the invite to come work with the youth. Thank you to the North American for continuing to make this show what it is and the great show that it is. It takes a lot of people, a lot of volunteers, not only from their side, from each breed association to put the show of this magnitude on, and I say thank you to that. The opportunity to come work with the juniors, I do not take lightly. I appreciate the invite, and I think from the beef industry side of things, we're very, very unique from all other industries out there in this great country, all the different ways that we can make a living, all the different ways that we can provide for our families. The involvement of the junior livestock program, whether you're showing Belted Galloways or Angus or Herefords or anything else out there, the emphasis that we put on the youth, because the youth truly are our next generation. They're our up and coming, and not every single one of these youth people out here are going to go on and make a living in agriculture or have a big fancy farm or maybe even have a farm, but they're going to have an influence on our livelihood as cattle producers by being knowledgeable and sharing that knowledge with the people that they interact with throughout this great country. Again, I say thank you. I encourage each of you youth out here to say thank you to your parents, your fitter, your friends, your uncle, your mom, dad, whoever got you out here. Say thank you. As importantly, to those parents who have youth out here, say thank you to them. Be so glad that they're out here participating, walking around on these green shavings and not doing something stupid back home on a video game or something else that they could be doing. So again, thank you. It goes a long way. I appreciate the opportunity. I'll go out here and I'll talk to your kids here just a little bit. Really excellent set of showmen out here. I think there's probably 3 or 4 individuals, if not all 6, that on a given day could go out and win. For me, there's one individual that has struck me hard from the time they showed the first class all the way through now, and I think he gets pretty close for second, or reserve, if you will. But really an outstanding set of showmen. Put your hands together. I say thank you, and I'll go pick your champion in reserve.
Over here on the mini Herford side, 2 really nice prospect steers here. The steer I chose to start with, I think maybe just a little more end product in him when you get to analyzing him. He's got a little more turn and shape to that loin edge. He carries it well down through his stifle. He too is a steer that has a little more width of base. He's really square about his hip. Where he definitely excels as steer in 2 is through his heart girth. He's just a little fuller, and I think he's got just a little more feeding ability. Not to take nothing away from the steer in 2, he's extremely attractive from the side view. He's long about his front. He's clean about that front. Maybe gets a bit more cut up in his heart, gets a little more cut up in his flank. Definitely like to maybe just give him just a little more width across his chine all the way back through his loin. The steer I chose to start with, I think just a little farther along in terms of his end point. A steer, when you put your hands on him, he's got a nice cover. He's got really smooth finish kind of over the top of his ribs and across that loin. He's a steer that's got a tremendous amount of width of base and width of chest. He carries it well down through his twist. He too, as a steer, is definitely adequate in terms of his bone work. If I was going to change him, he tends to want to be a little pigeon-toed off that front end. That maybe like to freshen him up, maybe harden him up in terms of his look just a little bit. Young man's calf in second, a really functional, moving kind of a calf that's got a nice angle to his shoulder. He's got some flex and give off his hock. Just lacked the overall finish and overall power as the calf in first. Two totally opposite types and kinds of these in this class here, these two mini Herefords. A young man's heifer I chose to start with. She best suits me in terms of a length of body standpoint. She's a notch more feminine the way she's designed out in terms of her front. Yeah, I really like this heifer when we set her in motion. She tends to maybe on the stand, she wants to drop her pins just so slightly, but when we get her in motion, she really pulls herself together. She's a female, it's just really sound and functional with an added amount of length. Young lady's heifer in two, a heifer she got to love in terms of her width of skeleton. She's got a tremendous amount of width through that chest floor. She's got a tremendous amount of power down that lower part of her stifle. She too is a heifer stands out in some substance of bone. Maybe gets just a bit more restricted. She gets a little straighter from hock to ground, like see her stand out just a little more circumference of foot, but extremely powerful built kind of a female.
Our placings in Class A7. First place, entry number 113, KLD Chloe C559, shown by John Humphreys from Indiana. And second place is entry 114, Horseshoe B Miss 0560C, shown by Mary Richard Dean, Georgia. on the miniature Herford side, remember that these exhibitors are from ages 3 to 10. This is our future right here. Once again, the Pre-Junior Participant Awards are sponsored by RFD Farms Miniature Herefords out of Seymour, Indiana.
Pretty challenging class, I guess, for me. There's a lot of variance in type, some structured issues in these females. Heifer I chose to start with, it's one we already seen before in the other show. I like her in terms of her freshness. I like her in terms of her femininity. I think she puts more of the right things together, and when we set her in motion. And two, she isn't ideal in terms of her structure. She's got a little funny set to that hind leg, but I really like this heifer in terms of her length from her pins back. I like her flatness of her blade, of her shoulder. She's a female that's really balanced in terms of her depth, and I have a heifer I think is in a little more ideal condition at this stage. Really nice female. Young lady's heifer comes out in two. A heifer, no question, probably a little more explosive in terms of her hip, especially down the lower part of her stifle. She's a female that's got tremendous power through that center part of her rib cavity. She's a heifer when I get to analyzing, she gets just a bit twisted off them front end. end. She got just a little different kind of a set to that back leg. She wants to set up on her toes, maybe got just a little more set to that back wheel and what's ideal. Young lady's heifer comes out in 3, kind of the oddball out. She's a female. It's probably, when we set her in motion, she's probably the soundest moving one. It's probably the most ideal in terms of the angle to her shoulder. When I get to analyzing her, though, she gets a little shorter in terms of her side view. She gets a little tighter in terms of her heart, gets a little weaker behind her chine. Finish out the class with no question, probably the heaviest muscled female. She's probably the widest pinned, got the most turn and shape to that loin edge, probably the most lower stifle. Just gets a bit masculine the way she's designed through that front end. Wants to get a notch pigeon-toed the way she walks off that front end as well.
And our placings for that class: first place, exhibitor number 118, SHF Keels Lottie, shown by Talia Gonzalez from Alabama. Second place was exhibitor 117, SMH Sunny Bear 173, shown by Carly Smith from Iowa. And third was exhibitor 115, Double K Firecracker C104, shown by Kendall Burns from Iowa. And fourth place, 116, Rockin' the Low Precious, shown by Cooper Dillon from Ohio.
Really nice lineup out here for your champion. Definitely a lot of variance in type and kind in these cattle, which is good. There's different scenarios you can put them in. Young man's heifer out of the first class, a heifer I like quite well. She's a female. When we set her in motion, she can really reach out and stride. She's a female that's got a nice angle to that shoulder. She's got a nice set to her back leg. She's a female too, has an added amount of power through the center part of her rib. She's a female. If you're going to change her, you'd like to square her up just a notch from her hooks to her pins, but I think in some aspects that's what makes her sounder than a couple of these other females. We don't necessarily have to have these cattle perfectly constructed, built. A lot of times when we get them like that, then we really restrict the way they can get out and go. This female, I think, though, represents her for breed quite nicely in terms of a feeding ability standpoint, a longevity standpoint. Just a really attractive, well-made female. Really like the heifer out of the second class. A heifer, I really appreciate her length of hip, her length of spine, her levelness of line. She is a heifer, though. She gets a bit more erect off that shoulder. She maybe got just a little funny set to that back leg when we set her out in motion, but an extremely nice prospect. Two very nice heifers here in second, just a little different kind, maybe a little clubby for me, a little shorter in terms of her spine, maybe just a little more masculine about the way they're designed out through their fronts. With this, I'll select your champion. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
And our champion heifer is exhibitor number 113, KLD Chloe, C559, shown by John Humphreys from Indiana. Now we're selecting our reserve champion. And our reserve champion is exhibitor number 118, SHF Akil's Lottie, shown by Talia Gonzalez from Alabama. We're now ready for those prospect steers.
pretty challenging class here. I wouldn't argue it with anybody if they want to swap these top two. The steer I chose to start with, definitely younger in terms of his age. The calf has just got a tremendous amount of ring presence. A calf that's got some shape and dimension down his top and down through his quarter. He's extremely long about his front. He's extremely straight in terms of his lines. Really correct in terms of his structure. I really like the tidiness of his sheath. If I was going to change him, maybe he's a bit tubular in terms of his rib cage, but a calf, I think as the future goes on, he gets more feed in him in time, he's going to make a heck of an attractive fat steer that'll stay fresh looking. Young man's calf in second, a calf I love in terms of his depth of rib. I like his squareness of hip. I like his extra stoutness of bone and structure. Maybe he gets just a bit wastier than the calf I started with. He'd like to tighten his sheath up just a notch, maybe clean him up through that jowl and chest region. Finish out the class with another calf that's got a tremendous amount of lower stifle to him. Probably the most natural muscled steer in the class. Just gets a bit more cut up in terms of his flank. Maybe gets just a bit narrower through that chest and tighter in terms of his heart.
And our placings for Class A9. First place was Exhibitor 119, BAT Scooter, shown by Cody Landon from Ohio. Second place, Exhibitor 121, RFD Furlan, shown by Jonah Shiano from Indiana. Third place, Exhibitor 120, RDS Zuma, shown by Luke Stroh from Ohio.
Really nice single entries here, really functional, just complete kind of a fat steer, a steer that's got a nice quarter in him, a lot of lower stifle. It's really rugged in terms of his bone. I like the angle to his shoulder. He's got some flex and give off that rear hock. He's a steer, maybe if you're going to change, you'd like to clean him up in terms of his sheath just a little bit. Maybe gets just a bit cresty about his neck, but a steer that handles nice and fresh, well-balanced calf.
And single entry in that class, Exhibitor 122, MFV Red Rock, showed by Cody Landon from Ohio. We're now ready to select our pre-junior champion market steer and reserve market steer. We're now showing open females, open show females in the miniature Herford. This is Class 1 of our junior heifer calves.
tremendous amount of variation in between these two in terms of performance and size, not that far apart in age. Makes it a little challenging to judge. Heifer I chose to start with, I think that's where she excels just in terms of a growth standpoint and a power standpoint. She gets a little shorter spine for me. She maybe gets just a little clubby in terms of her look than I like, but she's a female that's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's got a nice balance and symmetry. She stands out in some substance bone, and maybe just like to make her look just a little more maternal looking, lengthen her out in terms of her spine, make her just a little neater the way she comes out of her part of her shoulder. Young lady's heifer comes out next, a really ultra clean fronted kind of a heifer. Heifer's really straight in terms of her lines. Heifer just quite a bit smaller in terms of her weight per day of age to get her up against that other heifer today, but a heifer is very attractive.
Placings in Class 1. First place, Exhibitor 202, 4 Wiley Amber Mountain, shown by 4 Wiley Farms from Ohio. Second place, Exhibitor 201, Double K FFC Sissy D109, shown by Double K Mini Herfords, Iowa. Ready for Class 2.
Really close placing, I think, on these two heifers. Both of them are fighting the show halter a little bit. It's hard to really analyze them on the move. The heifer I chose to start with, I think just a little more internal dimension all the way through. She's a female. It's definitely stouter in terms of her bone. She's a female that has a tremendous amount of look and balance when she's on the stand. If I was going to change her, I'd definitely like to knock her down just a notch in terms of that tail head. She maybe runs downhill on us just a notch from the side view. Young lady's heifer in second, a heifer I really like in terms of her flatness of her blade. She's a female that's got some length of spine. When we set this heifer in motion, she wants to roll down them pins just ever so slightly. She gets a bit frailer in terms of her bone work than the heifer ahead of her, and definitely gets a little lighter in terms of that lower part of her jump muscle.
And placings for Class 2. First place was entry 204, SMH Pearl 188, shown by Smith Mini Herfords, Iowa. Second place, entry 203, RFD Strikers Indy Mist, shown by RFD Miniature Herefords, Indiana. We're now showing for Champion Junior Heifer Calf. Get those turned around. Sorry, I got those turned around. First place was 203. Second place was 204.
Really nice division here and on the Mini Hereford side. Heifer out of the first class. Heifer, you really got to appreciate first squareness out through her hip, her substance of bone. She's a female. It's got some width and dimension when you analyze her from behind. Like I said in class, she maybe gets a little more clubby in terms of her look. For me, I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her spine, lengthen her out just a notch in terms of her hip, but a very neat individual. Young lady's heifer out of the second class. Heifer I think has an exceptional amount of length of body. She's a little longer out through that hip. She's extremely stout in terms of that bone. When you get behind her and analyze her, she's definitely got a lot of red meat and lower stifle to her, and they have that kind of muscle. She's still fairly feminine in terms of the way she's designed in her front. Like I said, I'd like to knock her down in terms of her tail head. It gets, especially when we set her in motion, she wants to jack that thing up just a little more than to be desired. But two excellent individuals. With this, I'll go out and select your champion. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause. As we bring the second into the champion, she too is a female. It's got maybe a little more length of spine, a little more femininity probably. She's a female. When we set her in motion, you definitely like to balance her up just a little bit. She wants to tend to kind of roach up in the center of her top and drop her pins, but I like that added length of spine that she possesses. She'll be the reserve in this division today.
Our champion junior heifer calf goes to 203, RFD Strikers Indy Mist, shown by RFD Miniature Herefords from Indiana. And our reserve champion junior heifer calf is 204, SMH Pearl 188, Smith Mini Herefords, Iowa. We are now ready for our spring heifer calves.
Another really nice class here. The heifer I chose to start with, I think, wins the class quite handily. She's a female when you get to analyzing her from the side. She's really extremely nice in terms of her balance and look. She's really level out from her pins back. She, too, is a female. It's got a nice angle to that front shoulder, nice swoop to that belly. And when we set her in motion, she's definitely adequate in terms of her structure. She maybe wants to set up on her rear ankle just ever so slightly, but a female that's got a tremendous amount of look and pizzazz to the ring. Young man's heifer comes out in two. Most falls are in type and kind. She's heifer's really level in terms of her line. She's really long about her front. She too is a heifer that's really square about that hip. She's a heifer when I get to analyze, and she maybe gets just a bit narrower through that chest. Maybe once you get set her in motion, she gets just a notch pigeon-toed off that front end. Young lady's heifer comes out in three. A heifer I like in terms of that extra length of body. She's got some extra length out in terms of her front. Gets a bit more tubular in terms of her rib cage, though. She gets more cut up in terms of her heart, but she's a heifer sound out in her feet and legs. Young lady's heifer in four isn't behaving the best. You can't get a real great look at her, but you can see she's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension down through that quarter and over that top. Maybe just like to square her up from hooks to her pins. Maybe give her just a little more flex and give off that rear end.
And our placings for Class 3. First place is Exhibitor 207, TAC Samantha's Tough Charity, TEH, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio. Second place, Exhibitor 208, TAC Xanadus Zaxxon, GH1, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio. Third place, Exhibit 205, PB Kid Julian's Renee, shown by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And fourth place, 209, RFD White Creek Rhapsody, RFD Miniature Herefords, Indiana.
Another really challenging class, a lot of variance in type and kind. The heifer I chose to start with, I'd be the first to admit I'd like to see her just a little bit longer in terms of her side view, a little longer out in terms of her hip, but she is a female that I think has the most internal dimension. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension down her top. She's really rugged in terms of her bone, and in all right, she's probably the most structurally correct female in this class. Again, like I said, I'd like to make her just a little longer, maybe give her just a little more depth to that flank, but she's a heifer I think is a logical first right now. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2, a heifer I really like in terms of her depth of rib or balance from flank to flank. She's a heifer that's really strong about her top line. Maybe get the toes out just a little bit off that front end. Definitely like to change her there. Maybe give her just a little more natural muscle when we analyze her from behind. Young lady's heifer comes out in 3, a heifer I really like in terms of her strength of line. She's extremely attractive to view from the profile. Gets a little shorter hip, gets a little smaller in terms of her foot size, a little more cut up in terms of her flank. Heifer comes out and 4, no question, the growthiest, the most attractive probably from the side view. She's a heifer though when we get to analyze her, especially as a Herford heifer. She gets quite a bit harder in terms of her kind, and she's a harder flushing kind of a female. She's quite a bit narrower through that chest, quite a bit narrower in terms of that base.
And our placings for Class 4. First place, exhibitor 213, SMH Sapphire 186, Smith, Mini Hereford's, Iowa. Second place, 212, SHF Kings K, Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And third place, 211, CNC's Vanity Bell, shown by Cream and Crimson Cattle Company, Indiana. And fourth place, exhibitor 210, Double K Ivy League, DK13, shown by Double K Mini Herefords, Iowa.
Quite a bit of variance in type and kind. Both these heifers have some structure issues. I think the heifer, though, that I start with, I think she excels. And when we set her in motion, she holds herself together in a nicer balance. She, too, is a female that's got quite a bit more width and dimension. When we get behind her and look down her top and across that loin edge, she's really square about her hip. She's a female that's got some flesh and ability and cow look. Maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her spine. And like I said, I definitely like to free her up in terms of her movement. She wants to get a bit tight in that ankle. But when she's out on the walk, she keeps that top line kind of together. And that's what hurts the heifer in second. She's a heifer that's got probably a little more of that length of side view that I like. She's probably a little more feminine the way she's made through the blade of that shoulder. But she's a heifer, when we set her in motion, she definitely throws herself off balance. She's a notch twisted through them front forearms. She wants a hockey in just ever so slightly off that hind end. Makes her want to bow up in that top and drop her pins just a notch. But a female on the stand, I like her quite well. Just like to free her up when we set her in motion.
Placings for Class 5. First place, Exhibitor 215, SHF Sam's Carry, shown by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And second place, Exhibitor 214, SMH Risa's Little Ruby, 184, Smith Mini Herefords, Iowa. We're now ready to select our champion spring heifer calf.
Another really nice division here in the mini Herefords. I'm not going to talk each one of these again, but I think we got one heifer out here sorts herself to the top fairly easily. In my mind, a female that's got a real nice show ring look. She's square about her hip. She's got some muscle shape. She's very attractive the way she's designed from the side. It's really stout in terms of her bone, and there's no question she's really flexible when she gets out and moves. She maybe wants to get up on her toes every so often if you catch her just right out that rear ankle, but a heifer's just got a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal, and where she excels definitely is in terms of a length of body standpoint. She's quite a bit more feminine design than some of the other contenders out here. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll show you which one I like the best. As we roll the second place heifer to her out here, a heifer really is a lot similar in type and kind, just a bit more erect off of both ends. She gets a little straighter about them front forelimbs, but she is a heifer. It's ultra feminine about that front. She's got some spring and curvature to her rib cage, definitely adequate in terms of muscle shape. Where she excels the two behind hers in terms of a length of spine standpoint. She's got quite a bit more length. She'll be your reserve in this division today.
Champion Spring Heifer Calf is exhibitor number 207, TAC Samantha's Tough Charity, TEH, shown by 4 Wiley Farms in Ohio. And our reserve champion spring heifer calf is exhibitor 208, TAC Xanadus Zaxxon GH1, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio.
Another nice class. The heifer I chose to start with, the heifer I like quite well. Young man, go ahead and pull your heifer on that run. She's a female. When you get to analyze her, she's definitely, the heifer's got the extra length of body. She's exceptionally long from her pins back. She too is a female. It's got an added amount of power through the center part of her rib cavity. She's a female, stands out in some substance of bone. She's got some width and dimension all the way through. Like I said, I'd maybe like to square her up a notch from her hooks to her pins, maybe fix her walking just a notch, but that's an extremely stout female. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2. Most falls are in type and kind. She's a female that's got some power through the center part of that rib. She too is a female, has some muscle expression. I'm going to get behind her. Really like the substance of bone of this female. She's a female. When you get to analyze her heifer ahead of her, she's a rib shorter. She gets a little plainer about that chest. She gets quite a bit narrower in terms of her pin set. Young lady's heifer comes out in 3, a highly presented heifer, just too clubby for me. She gets a little more compact in terms of her kind, but she is a female. It's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension and turn to that loin edge. Just like I said, gets a little clubbier and gets a little smaller in terms of her foot size. Young lady's heifer finished out the class with a heifer structurally correct in terms of her feet and legs, just lack the overall pizzazz and maybe get her any higher in this class today.
Our placings for Class 6 and also our champion intermediate senior heifer is Exhibitor 218, KLD Chloe C559, shown by John Humphreys out of Indiana. Second place and reserve champion intermediate senior heifer is Exhibitor 216, BGB Chloe 11C, shown by Caitlin Ramsey, Oklahoma. Third place, Exhibitor 219, Horseshoe B Miss 0560C, shown by Maddie Dean, Georgia. Fourth place, 217, Wolf Creek King, Abshire's Eva, shown by Sabra Abshire from Kentucky. Okay. We can handle that.
I wouldn't argue if you want to swap these two, it depends on where you put your priorities and what you're going to do with them. The heifer I chose to start with, I think excels the heifer in 2 when we set him in motion. She's got a little more ideal set to that back leg. She's got a nice flex and give out that ankle. She's a little more relaxed in terms of that pasture, and she to go along with that's probably a little more feminine the way she's designed to that shoulder in front. She's really big in terms of her rib. She's level in terms of her lines. If I was going to change her, she gets a little pinched in terms of her heart. She gets a little weaker behind her chine, but I like her in terms of her structural correctness. No question, the heifer in 2s, the heavy muscled heifer, she's the one that's got a tremendous amount of power down her top and down through her quarter. She just gets a little bit squarer the way she's made through that shoulder, gets a bit more masculine about her head, maybe tends to get just a little bit, toes out just a little bit out front.
And our winner of Class 7 is 220, Double K Firecracker C104, shown by Kendall Burns, Iowa. Second place, Exhibitor 221, Rockin' Low Precious, Cooper Dillon, Ohio.
Extremely nice heifer here to lead this class off with. The heifer, when we set him in motion, she excels the other two. She's just quite a bit more athletic in terms of her movement. She too is a female. It's got an added amount of length of spine. She's really fresh in terms of her appearance. She's got that extra power through the center part of her rib cavity. You have to go along with that. She's got some width and dimension down her top and down through her quarter. If I was going to change her, I'd like to maybe drop her down just a tick in terms of her tail head. She wants to get down in her loin just ever so slightly, but that's getting awful picky on a pretty nice one. Young lady's heifer comes out in 2. The heifer, I really appreciate her on the stand. She's a female that's got a tremendous amount of balance and depth from flank to heart. She's a heifer, 2 is really long in terms of her pin set. Just gets entirely too erect to run with the heifer in front of her. They just like see a little more angle and slope to that shoulder. See her set down, a little more authority off that back leg. Young lady's heifer, we've seen a couple times. I don't know if she's maybe is sick or something. This time she comes back out, she's a lot more down-headed. She's a heifer. It's got a nice balance and silhouette to her. I like her depth of rib. Just like to change the way that she holds herself out, the way her neck comes out of that shoulder. She too gets a little weaker in terms of her posture and maybe gets just a little more artificial in terms of her look.
And placings for Class 8. First place is 224, WCR Sophia, shown by John Humphreys, Indiana. Second place, 222, CNC's Doll Avery, shown by Cream and Crimson Cattle Company, Indiana. And third place, 223, SMH Sunny Bear 173, Smith Mini Herefords, Iowa. We're now showing for our champion summer senior heifer.
Two really nice class winners, 2 really nice seconds back out here for this division. Young ladies heifer out of the first class. Heifer I really like when we set her in motion. She's a heifer that's really flawless in terms of her feet and legs. She's got a nice flex and give to that rear hock. She stands out in the circumference of foot. She too has a nice angle to her shoulders, just reaches out with a nice fluid stride. She's a heifer when I get to analyze her, the heifer behind her. She gets quite a bit base narrower compared to that heifer. You'd like to widthen her out and cross her pins, give her just a little more stifle and a little more power through that chest floor, but she is a heifer, brings a nice cowl look to the ring, is really structurally correct in terms of her feet and legs. Really a nice heifer out of the second class, a heifer what I kind of call a combination kind of a heifer. She's got that extra power, width, and dimension when you analyze it from behind. She's really rugged in terms of her bone, yet she's still pretty functional when we set her in motion. I would like to maybe relax her just a notch in terms of her spine. When we set her in motion, she pick up that tail head, drop that loin, maybe gets up in her top just ever so slightly. You might like to deepen her down just a tick in terms of her flank, but when you analyze her in terms of a substance power through that center part of that rib cavity, her substance of bone, her length of body, I think she excels this division. She'll be your champion today. Let's give this exhibitors a round of applause. As we roll the heifer that's second to her in, heifer, like I said, I really like her depth of rib, but her fleshy ability just gets a bit more erect off of both ends for me. Definitely like to see her have a little more angle to the shoulder, but a really nice female. Young ladies heifer will be your reserve.
Champion Summer Senior Heifer, it goes to 224. WCR Sophia, shown by John Humphreys, Indiana. And the reserve Champion Summer Senior Heifer is 220. Double K Firecracker C104, shown by Kendall Burns, Iowa.
Two really good heifers here in this class. The young lady's heifer I chose to start with, I'd be the first to admit I'd like to maybe freshen her up, maybe take just a little bit of that fat off of her, but she is a female that just is powerful in terms of her build, in terms of her center part of her rib cavity. She's deep from flank to flank. She's extremely straight in terms of her lines. She's got an extreme amount of length from her pins back. She too is a female, has a nice angle to her shoulder. She's a female that's definitely, I think, adequate and ideal in all lights for Herford in terms of her length and the way she's designed out through her front. She's not extreme long neck. She's still feminine, but she's still got some jaw and some chest, so she's got some feeding ability. She's a heifer I like quite well. I just like to take a little bit of weight off of her just to maybe freshen her up. I think she's getting just heavy enough it's affecting her the way she moves off her hind end just ever so slightly, but that's a pretty nice one. Not to take anything away from the young lady's heifer in second, the heifer we've seen in the ring like 3 times now. I really like this heifer in terms of her strength at top. She's a heifer just extremely nicely balanced. Maybe just like to change her off that hind leg. She's got just a little different set to it, but she is a heifer that's really functional and going to go out and make this young lady a nice cow.
Results from Class 9. First place and congratulations goes to TNT Willow's Little Mama, exhibited by Hudson Fleener, Pennsylvania. And second place, SHF Kyle's Lottie, exhibited by 3B Farm, Alabama. Now entering the rings, Class 10.
Really nice single entry here. Could stand a lot of competition. Heifer we've seen in a couple of other shows. She's a heifer that represents the breed quite nicely. She's a heifer that's really bold sprung about that rib cage. She's got some width and dimension to her. She's really rugged in terms of her structure. Just a really nice kind of a Herford heifer.
And the winner of Class 10 is exhibitor 227, TAC 6 Queen, BJ H1, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio.
Really nice heifer here to lead the class off with. A heifer I like quite well on the stand. She's a heifer that's really square about that hip. She's wide down that top. She's got some width and dimension all the way through. She is a heifer when I get to analyzing. She gets quite a bit more erect off them front forelimbs. Definitely like to see her have just a little more depth of flank. Young man's heifer comes out in 2. A heifer I really like in terms of her length of side. She's a heifer that brings a really nice look to the ring. She's a heifer that's really rugged in terms of her bone. Gets a bit more cut up in terms of her flank. Gets a bit just not straighter off that hind leg today. Definitely like to free her up there. Maybe just loosen her way she comes out of her hip in general. Then the horned heifer we finish out with. A heifer that you really got to appreciate her durability, her fleshing ability. Heifer that's really structurally correct. Gets a bit more square the way she's designed through that front. A little more earlier maturing through that head.
And our places for Class 11. First place, 231, RFD Strikers Lolita, RFD Miniature Hereford's Indiana. Second place, 230, M&M Thunder's Dewdrop, showed by Cody Ramsey, Oklahoma. And third place, 229, NHCC Windy, shown by Graham Omerston, Indiana. We're now showing for Champion Spring Senior Heifer.
Another really nice division here. I'm not going to talk these again. I think we got one individual that sorts herself to the top fairly easily. She's a female that excels in terms of length of body standpoint and length out through her hip. She's a heifer that's extremely nicely balanced. She's got just a female of a very high quality. In terms of her depth from flank to flank, she's got some muscle. And 2, she represents the breed quite well. I'm a big believer that a Hereford should be a little wastier through their chest and their jaw, because that's what they're for, is to add feeding ability, which a miniature Hereford's not much different. And I think she fits that mold. And then go along with that, she definitely has a nice balance and symmetry of lines. With this, I'll show you which one I like the best. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause.
And our champion spring senior heifer is entry 226, TNT Willow's Little Mama by Hudson Fleener, Pennsylvania. And our reserve champion is 227, TAC 6 Queen BJH1, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio.
Really nice single entry here. Could stand a lot of competition. Heifer's really functional in terms of her feet and legs. She's a female that sets down with a nice cush off that rear pastern. She too is a female that's really bold, sprung about her ribs. She's got some width and dimension down her top. She's a heifer that's got some added length of body. A heifer that I look forward to seeing back out here in the drive.
And our winner of Class 12 and our champion senior yearling heifer is Exhibit 232. It is 4 Wiley Rain Quartz Rock, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio. We are ready for our 4th annual Steve Split Memorial Grand Champion Heifer Drive. The Grand Champion Belt Buckles is sponsored by Cream and Crimson Cattle Company out of Indiana. This is the 4th annual Steve Split Memorial Grand Champion Heifer Drive for the miniature Herefords.
I would like to say, first off, it's a great pleasure to get to judge many Herefords. Very top quality set of cattle we've sorted through. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause. I'm not going to go back through and talk each one. One thing is, I think like when you judge cattle, even though these are miniatures, they're still Herefords, I think you should know their place in the commercial industry. And a Herefords, they're what I call a forager. They're to add feeding ability to your maternal cross, whether it be an Angus or a Shorthorn or Gelvy, something like that. They're to add a little bit of ruggability and the cattle that can survive. So I think one thing we need to keep that in mind. Sometimes when we get to analyzing these Herefords, we try to pick that perfect silhouette, try to get them front ends cut out of them, and in all reality, all you're doing is taking away what they offer the industry. And with that said, I think there's 2 females out here that represent the breed quite nicely. I think one's maybe just a little more show ring presence today, and that's probably what separates them, I think. But they're both very similar in kind. They're both females, got extra length of body. They're both structurally correct. They've got that added depth of rib, and then too, when they analyze them, I think they're definitely eye appealing enough. They're clean through them fronts, but yet they still got a little chest and a little jaw to them, so they're going to go out and maintain on very little forage. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go out and select your champions.
And your grand champion miniature Hereford female is exhibitor 226, TNT Willow's Little Mama, shown by Hudson Fleener, Pennsylvania. And the reserve is exhibitor 232, 4 Wiley Rain Quartz Rock, shown by 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio. And again, the Grand Champion Belt Buckle, sponsored by Cream and Crimson Cattle Company from Indiana. We're going to take a short break for some pictures. We're now showing cow-calf pairs on miniature Herefords.
Two extremely nice first calf heifers here. The pair I chose to start with, I think the calf maybe gives her an edge, just a little bit older in terms of age. But this is a really nice first calf heifer with a big stout heifer calf at side. I really like this cow's extra length. I like her structural correctness. I like her fleshing ability. But the heifer calf at side's got a lot of look and muscle. If you're going to tweak on the cow, you'd maybe like to change them rear quarters just ever so slightly. Make them set down just a little straighter and maybe shorten her teats up just a touch. But an outstanding pair doing an excellent job. Really like this second place pair. The cow, I really like her udder. She's really got a nice teat placement. She's really level in terms of her lines. I have a cow that's really structurally correct. Calf's just young. It's early to tell on how good it is, but she's a really nice representative for the breed. Two outstanding 2-year-old females.
And our champion cow-calf pair goes to exhibitor 233. 22 flashes Little Misty, shown by RFD Miniature Herefords, Indiana. And our reserve champion cow-calf pair 234, SS Miss Daphne, shown by Cody Ramsey, Oklahoma. We're ready for our pair of females, bred and owned. Looking for 4 pairs. Okay, placings in the pair of females bred and owned. First place, RFD Miniature Herfords, Indiana. Second place, 4 Wiley Farms, Ohio. Third place, Smith Mini Herefords, Iowa. And fourth, Sandy Hill Farms, Arkansas. We should be ready for prospect steers. There's just one class, so we're picking for our open champion prospect steer and reserve champion prospect steer. The steer division awards were sponsored by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas.
We've seen these steers, a few of them before. It's amazing what a different showman can do. Brings that one in second, a lot closer contender to first than it was in the before. I wouldn't argue if you want to flop them steers. I chose to start with the steer. I think he's got just a little more look out in terms of his front. He's a little more angular in terms of his overall balance, I think, too. He's a steer for his size, and I know he's quite a bit younger. He's got quite a bit more more muscle, I think true muscle, there over his loin edge. But both of them are extremely nice. The steer in second, I really like his overall depth of rib. He's definitely a steer that's got a little more substance of bone. He's a little fuller through that heart girth. Gets a little plainer in terms of his look, and I definitely like to tighten him up in terms of his sheath. Maybe just free him up just a little bit when he's setting him on travel. Young man's steer comes out in 3. 2 is a steer that's got some width and dimension across his top. Carries it well down through his stifle. Gets a little shorter in terms of his hip. Maybe gets a little more cut up in terms of his flank. Young man's steer out of the next hole is a really structurally correct kind of a calf that's got some twist to him. He's got some width and dimension. Just gets a little more tighter there behind his shoulders. It gets a little narrower there at his chine and down through his base. We finish out the class with a functional kind of a calf that's really square and level out of his hip. Just gets a little harder in terms of his condition. Gets a little more tubular in terms of his rib. Gets a little more cut up in terms of that flank.
And our Open Champion Prospect steer goes to Exhibitor 236, BAT Scooter, BAT Scooter, shown by Cody Landon, Ohio. Second place is 239, RFD Furlan, RFD Miniature Herfords, Indiana. Third place to 238, RDS Zuma, shown by Luke Stroh from Ohio. And fourth place goes to 237, RDS Joe, shown by Henry Stroh from Ohio. And fifth place, 235, BGB Dynamo, shown by Caitlin Ramsey from Oklahoma. We're now showing our market steers. Our market steers range from 640 pounds to 925 pounds.
A lot of good steers in here. I think we got a steer that sorts himself to the top fairly easily in my mind. The steer, I think's definitely adequate in terms of his muscle shape. He's got a nice finish when you put your hands on him. Where he excels the steer in twos when we set him in motion. When I analyze market animals, I know a lot of people say all they got to do is get it on the truck. Well, that's not true. In all rights, structure is more important in market animals even than breeding cattle, because if they're a little bit sore or stiff, all that stress will affect their grade, and that's where the money comes from. And this steer's just pretty practical. He's got enough muscle, he's got enough top, he's got enough width and dimension to go along with that. He's a really easy feeding kind of a calf. He's got some width of base, but when we set him in motion, he's really structurally correct, and that's where he sorts himself to the top. Love the power, the mass, the overall forearm in the steer in second. This steer on the stand, he's extremely explosive over that loin edge. He's extremely explosive in terms of his twist. He's got a big old powerful forearm, but as you watch him when we set him in motion, he tends to want to get up on his toes. It gets a bit more twisted there in terms of his forearm, but a steer with this kind of amount of muscle and mass, he is really youthful about that front. Nice calf, just like the frame up compared to the steer ahead of him. Young man steer comes out in three, a steer I like in terms of his length of body. He too is a steer that handles quite nicely at this weight. He's a steer that's really structurally sound. He stands out in some circumference of foot, gets a bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape from behind, gets a bit just more shallower in terms of his twist and overall power, but a really nice calf. Young lady's calf comes out next. He's an extremely explosive made kind of a calf. He's extremely wide in terms of his loin. He's got a tremendous amount of power there in terms of his hip. When we set him in motion, he tends to want to kind of get a little straighter. He wants to get a little tight the way he comes out his hip and makes him kind of rock just a little bit in terms of motion. We finish out the class with a really sound functional calf. Just needs a lot more feeding time to get into the same level as the calves ahead of him.
And our open champion market steer weighing 925 pounds goes to 244, RDS Patrick, shown by Henry Stroh from Ohio. Second place steer weighing 855 is 242. It's 22 Flashes MVP ET, shown by Kelly Wicks, Iowa. Third place steer is 243, weighing 920 pounds. MVF Red Rock, shown by Cody Landon, Ohio. Fourth place steer is 241, weighing 800 pounds. RFD Double T Strike, RFD Miniature Herfords, Indiana. And fifth place, weighing 640 pounds, is 240 Abshire's Echo, shown by Austin Abshire, Kentucky. The Open Steer Division Awards were sponsored by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. We're now showing junior bull calves.
Two really nice bull calves here to start off the bull show with. Both calves with just an extreme amount of balance and look. The calf I chose to start with, just a bit more masculine in terms of his ring presence. He's a calf that's got some width and dimension down his top. He's really square about his pins. He too is a calf that's structurally sound out in his feet and legs, stands out in some substance of bone. A calf that's got some power through that center part of his rib cavity. If you're going to change him, you might like to make him just a notch longer in terms of his side view, but extremely impressive the way he's designed out through his hip and the way he carries it down through his top. Calf in second, maybe just a little lighter in terms of his weight per day of age, but he is a calf that's really straight in terms of his lines, very, very clean in terms of his front and long and extended out in terms of his neck, just like to power him up compared to the calf ahead of him.
And our first place calf in Class 17 is 246. SMH Cyclones Kryptonite 105, shown by Smith Mini Herfords, Iowa. Second place is 245. Double K FFC Zane D108, Double K Mini Herfords, Iowa.
Really nice calf here to lead this class off with. A calf that's really massive in terms of his width and dimension and width of skeleton. He's extremely wide across his loin edge. He carries it well down through his jump muscle. Really like the testicular development on this calf. He too is a calf that's got some power through the center part of his rib cavity. He's got some width through his chest. Just a really nice individual. Calf in second is extremely attractive to look at from the profile. Really long and extended about his neck. Calf that's just really straight in terms of his lines. Just like to power him up just a notch, get through his chest floor, make him just a bit more masculine looking to compete with the bull ahead of him.
And first place in Class 18 is 248, SB Disco Rocky M1, S&B Farms, Tennessee. Second place, 247, Double K Pistol Pete, DK16, Double K Mini Herfords, Iowa. We're now showing for our champion junior bull calf.
two really nice division winners or class winners over here in this division here in the mini Herford Bull Show, and two very nice seconds. Young ladies bull calf, a calf that's extremely attractive to look at from the profile. He's really angular in terms of his lines. He's just neatly designed. Calf, though, when you get to analyze him, maybe like to power him up, make him just a little more masculine looking, but he is a calf that's just really complete in terms of his type. Really like this horn calf out of the second class, a calf that looks like a bull. He's got a lot of masculinity out through that forearm and out through his neck. He's a bull that's got a tremendous amount of power in terms of his hip. He's extremely wide in terms of his loin. And you get to analyzing him too, where you really got to appreciate that width through his chest and that width in terms of his rear base. If I was going to pick on him, I might like to make him just a notch longer from his pins back, but that's getting pretty critical on an extremely nice calf. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. The young man's bull out of the second class will be your division winner. As we roll the second into him, really the second place calf really matches the first class winner. Both calves just extremely attractive in terms of their build and design. Like I said, I just like to power them up a notch. They're a bit feminine maybe in my mind in terms of herd bulls, but both will add a lot of style and balance, I think, to their calves. Young ladies calf out of the first class will be your reserve.
Champion junior bull calf is exhibitor 248, SB Disco Rocky M1, S&B Farms, Tennessee. And your reserve champion junior bull calf is exhibitor 246, SMH Cyclones Kryptonite 105, Smith, Mini Herfords, Iowa. We're now showing intermediate senior bulls.
Really nice class here. I think we got a really nice bull to lead this class off with. A bull that's extremely impressive in terms of his muscle shape and true stifle. He's a bull that's got a tremendous turn and shape to that loin edge. He's extremely wide at his chine to his loin. He too is a bull that stands out as a substance of bone, and when the bull's on the stand, he's extremely nicely balanced. If I was going to change him, I'd like to change the way he travels off that hind wheel, but a bull that's extremely powerful in terms of his muscle and build. Young lady's bull comes out in two, a bull that's really complete in terms of his kind. He too is a bull that's got some width and dimension, some mass down his top and down through that quarter. He's a bull when I get to analyzing the bull we started with, though he gets a bit frailer in terms of his bone. Maybe wants to roach up ever so slightly in terms of his top, and maybe like to make him just a notch longer. Really like the depth of rib and depth of flank in this horn bull calf that comes out next. He's a bull that's really sound out in his feet and legs, gets a bit more compact length in terms of his side view for me. I just like to lengthen him out in terms of his spine, maybe tighten him up in terms of his sheath.
And your winner of Class 19 and your champion intermediate senior bowl goes to exhibitor 249, RFD Stars and Strikes ET, shown by RFD Miniature Herfords, Indiana. Reserve champion intermediate senior bowl goes to exhibitor 250, PB Sultan, shown by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And third place in that class goes to 251, MLU Mo, Graham, Omerston, Indiana. We're now showing spring senior bowls.
Another extremely explosive made kind of a bull here to lead this class off with. A bull on the stand, you just are extremely impressed. The amount of power and turn and shape to his top, the amount of twist that he has, the forearm that he works. He too is a bull that's really bold sprung in terms of his center part of his rib cavity. And have this kind of muscle, he's really neat laid into his shoulder and the way he's designed. He is too a bull. It's really got some feeding ability. If I was going to change him, I'd like to change the way he hits the ground there off that rear ankle just ever so slightly. But when you get him this powered up, it's hard to have him move just perfect. And that bull's got just a tremendous amount of muscle in him. Young lady's bull comes out in two, a bull I like in terms of his length of body. He's a bull that's really strong about his top line. He's a bull that's really clean and fluid in terms of his joints. Maybe gets just a little bit down in terms of his chest. I'd like to balance it out compared to his flank just a notch. Maybe like to see him have just a little larger testicles for a bull at this age. And I'd like to relax him in terms of his ankles, but a really nice kind of a herd bull that's going to go out and do some good.
And your champion spring senior bull goes to 252, PB SHF, Liberators, a Wendell, ET, shown by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And our reserve champion spring senior bull is 253, SHF Thunder Seahawk, shown by 3B Farms, Alabama. We're now showing a 2-year-old bulls.
Really nice pole bull, could stand a lot of competition. A bull I really like in terms of his length, the side. He's a bull that's really fresh in terms of his appearance. He's a bull that stands out to the substance of bone. If I was going to change him, like strengthen him on his hind leg just a notch, maybe give him just a notch more lower stifle, but a really nice individual.
And our champion 2-year-old bull is exhibitor 254, SS Circussum, exhibited by Cream and Crimson Cattle Company, Indiana. We are ready for our grand champion miniature Hereford bulls. while our judge, Mr. Chad Wilson, is choosing our grand champion miniature Herford bull. I want to thank all the exhibitors and spectators for coming to our 2016 miniature Herford show. Everybody have a safe trip back home.
First off, I'd like to thank the Mini Hereford Association and North American for asking me to come in here and judge these cattle. It's been a great honor. The quality of cattle has been extremely strong. Like a lot of times when we get to judging these bulls compared to the females have shows usually quite a bit stronger, but I'd have to say that this is a pretty strong bull show. I think there's some really outstanding individuals. They really fell into place a lot for the way I like them. I'm not going to talk each one again, but I think we got one individual out here is just really unique in terms of his kind. I don't know if he's totally ideal in every trait, physical trait, but he's a bull that's definitely what I call a changer, a bull that's got an extreme amount of muscle and mass and twist. He's an extremely wide-loined bull. I think maybe could be just a little freer when we set him out on the go, but when you get this much mass in one, it's pretty hard to get him just perfect in terms of that stride. Now, what's really unique about him is the amount of muscle that he possesses from behind and how youthful and extended and smooth laid in through his shoulder it is. And I think there's a lot of other outstanding individuals from the calf all the way back to the 2-year-old. Just an outstanding group of cattle we've sorted through. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause and a very top quality show.
And your grand champion miniature Hereford bull goes to entry 252, PB SHF Liberators a Wendell ET, shown by Sandy Hills Farm, Arkansas. And the reserve grand goes to entry 249, or 250, excuse me. And the reserve goes to 249. RFD Stars and Strikes ET, shown by RFD Miniature Herefords, Indiana. And I believe that concludes our 2016 Miniature Hereford Show.